commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Luigi Mangione admitted to killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. He pled guilty to 2 federal charges in New York City, after which U.S. Attorney Jamie McDonnell told reporters,
"There are no accommodations or concessions, and we are free to seek the maximum penalty under the law."
That would mean life in prison. Mangione is due to be sentenced in December, but he still faces state murder charges. That trial is set to begin next month. Defense attorney Karen Friedman Agnifilos said those charges should be thrown out on double jeopardy grounds.
It was a single tragic event, yet he's being prosecuted twice for the same conduct.
ABC's Aaron Katersky was inside the federal courtroom.
Gut-wrenching for Brian Thompson's family. They have never been to court until today. His widow, Paulette, seen weeping as Mangione entered and the hearing began. And then to hear him admit, after all of this time, that he shot her husband, it was too much, and she was consoled by other members of her family.
The U.S. Attorney in Washington, D.C., Janine Pirro, says an arrest has been made in connection with this week's vandalism at the World War II Memorial on the National Mall. Melissa Farris is in custody, expected to be arraigned today. President Trump asked the Supreme Court to save his White House ballroom project, seeking a stay of the lower court injunction that halts construction. The Pentagon's released new details about the crash of a military helicopter in central Texas. ABC's Jim Ryan is in Fort Worth with details.
The Apache attack helicopter was on a maintenance test flight when it went down in a pasture southeast of Fort Hood, where the aircraft and its crew were based. The cause is still under investigation, but the military has publicly identified the 2 soldiers who died as 25-year-old Warrant Officer Seth Olmstead and Chief Warrant Officer Deontre Huey, who was 34 and had been in the Army for 12 years.
You're listening to ABC News.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly sunny and warm the rest of this afternoon in the mid-80s. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
Louis D'Onofrio is a Westport resident, which means the 2 of us live in the same town. And he wrote a piece for the Westport Journal called Westport, Think Twice Before Accepting Mass Surveillance as the New Normal. I believe, Louis, hello and welcome to the show. You were at one time an official with the Aspetuck Health District. Is that right?
Hello, good morning. Yes, I was. I was the director of the health department clinic, and I served during the beginning and throughout the pandemic that we had, the COVID pandemic.
And you're a nurse?
I'm a nurse practitioner. You're
a nurse practitioner. Okay. And so, Louis, you wrote this to the Westport Journal. You're concerned about mass surveillance. I want to quote a little bit. There was something that you wrote here that I really thought was worth quoting. Can you hear me? Because there seems to be kind of an echo in my ear. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, because if you've got some background, you need to be in a quiet place. And it says, a person's daily travels to a physician, a place of worship, a political meeting, an attorney's office, or a family member's home can reveal deeply personal information. Recording those movements at scale raises legitimate questions about privacy and government oversight, even when names or faces are not collected. So tell me, Louis, what prompted you to write this? What is going on in Westport that maybe we don't know about?
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you for bringing more attention to this topic, too. So I came across it by, I think, how a lot of people have in Westport, unknowing that this was an event about November 2025, the Westport Police started implementing these cameras, and they're Flock cameras. So Flock Safety is this technology company that develops these automated license plate readers, or ALPR. And these cameras are used by law enforcement agencies or neighborhoods or businesses to help investigate, and I'm putting air quotes that you can't see, prevent crime. Mm-hmm. And unlike these traditional surveillance cameras that are continuously recording, SWAT cameras are designed to capture images of passing vehicles, including license plate numbers, vehicle, make, model, color, and these what they claim distinguishing characteristics, such as, for example, a bumper sticker. The company says its technology is intended to provide investigative leads while protecting privacy and not using facial recognition, right? So I started doing a lot of research after I came across these things in town. And I came across that in Westport alone, thousands and thousands of people, including across the country, these communities that have these SWAT cameras, and at their rapid expansion, it sparked a lot of debate over privacy, data retention, and a balance between safety and civil liberties. So I wrote my article in the Westport Journal, and it isn't about being against police or technology. It's about making sure that when government collects information on hundreds of thousands of law-abiding residents, that there's some type of transparency, accountability, and informed public discussion about whether that level of surveillance reflects our community's values. And I did not see that happen when they implemented it, unfortunately, in Westport and many towns across the country. In Connecticut alone, there are 2 communities that have pushed back and said, we don't want this, and that was Windsor and Killingworth as of now.
So, Lewis, I agree with you. I'm a pretty alert citizen in Westport, and I didn't know that we had all these SWAT cameras as of November 2025. I didn't know. And I know, and I think of myself as, kind of having a finger on the pulse of what's happening in town. Where are these cameras? Where are they?
Great question. So we have 20 right now. I did do a FOIA request to the town clerk and the Westport police. I have not got a response. It appears that they're trying to hide them quite a bit across the country. I personally read a lot of information about how people, there's groups that are breaking them and spray painting them. And I'm not an advocate for that. I don't believe anyone should be damaging town property, but I do believe we should have a say and knowledge about what's specifically going on with these cameras. I did notice one on the Post Road, but they're per the Westport police. And I do give them credit for, on their website, really disclosing some of this information. I feel like some communities haven't even done that yet. So I think that's important. So the town of Westport, they're currently stating that data is retained only for 30 days from these cameras. The cameras don't use facial recognition. They're intended for law enforcement purposes only, and the town states it owns its own data. So I do appreciate that they're transparent about these policies. My concerns are the safeguards to remain strong over time. So as we all know, different people get into political roles. Different people, bad actors, can be behind the keyboard looking at this data. There's examples that some nonprofit organizations throughout the country have demonstrated, such as the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, and the Electronic Frontier Foundation, or the EFF. They're reporting and finding that police are using it to look up their exes or their wives to make sure they're not cheating. So there's cybersecurity concerns as well. Everything's connected to the internet, and this is no example like hospitals, banks, and municipalities. But we need strong cybersecurity, encryption, auditing, access controls, independent oversight. And I don't have any evidence that our town has that, or Flock for the matter.
Well, let me just say this. We're chatting with Louis D'Onofrio, and we're talking about all of this. I'm on the westportct.gov police department part of the website, and I'm looking to see anything about Flock cameras. And I clicked under crime prevention. I don't see it there. Where would I see it? Where does it show me where the cameras are?
So it was great question. It's right on the Westport Police. So if you look up Westport Police, the Flock cameras, they have a link, and I put the site in my article as well, okay, where they show and release data, and the data includes some of the figures of how many cameras are there, as well as including evidence of kind of roughly how many people are being surveillanced, right? So on their site, the most recent one, when I published my article, it had approximately 442,000 unique vehicles that were being recorded in only 30 days at Westport system.
Oh, my God.
So that means there's overwhelmingly ordinary residents and visitors, not criminal suspects. So, out of that huge percentage, not all of them are criminal suspects. So nearly 500,000 vehicles are recorded every month in Westport alone. I believe that deserves more of a public conversation. And I keep thinking about Ben Franklin's quote, where there's those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety, deserve neither liberty or safety. So we really need to step back and see, what's the risk versus the benefit of this entire project for the town. I really wish there was more of a public dialogue before they opened it up. Because we all want,
Well, Louis D'Onofrio, you're right about that. In other words, you can always argue to prevent this, to prevent that. We could live in lockup territory. And frankly, a lot of societies are close to that. And there is a price for freedom and a price for non-surveillance. And that means that sometimes bad actors get away with stuff. But also the majority of the time, good people don't have to have their lives examined by police that have no business prying into them. And that, I think, is your point, right? Your point is, in a free society, where's the burden of proof? In other words, and also, did our RTM in Westport debate this? Was this debated before these cameras were put in? Do you know?
So truthfully, it may have been. I was not privy to any of those meetings. It may have been a subcommittee that works with the police department. Again, I did request a FOIA, a Freedom of Information Act request through the town, and I'm still waiting on a response from the police department. So I was hoping to dig a little bit deeper into that because, again, I felt like overnight this was just done and enacted. And a lot of other communities throughout the country, I've learned that. And what's frustrating, I believe, from the police perspective, right, because police deserve effective investigative tools. These cameras can help recover stolen vehicles, locate missing persons, investigate crimes. It's just the question is whether the technology has value. That's not the question. The question is how much surveillance are we willing to accept and what safeguards exist. And before implementing this, those have been great questions to see if the pulse of our community believes it's worth it. And their website did post some, positive examples. But again, if you have 500,000 people, close to 500,000 people that are ordinary residents that are being kind of surveyed and tracked, because these license plate readers can retain data and the license plates can be linked to the individual. They can see where people are going for worship, medical appointments, political meetings, attorney visits, family members that they visit, daily routines are being tracked on a daily basis. And that's quite concerning. The town of Windsor and Killingworth raised concerns about privacy costs, data sharing, and effectiveness, and they believed that the benefit was not there for them. And my perspective would be I agree with that in Westport. And
have you gotten any response to your op-ed? Have people, is there any kind of stirring of the people in Westport for or against this policy? What have you heard?
So initially I wasn't really sure other than people I've been speaking with. And after the article was published, I got a lot of positive phone calls, messages, and even on the post itself. It seems to be that, there's not really a political alliance either way. It's both sides agree that we don't really feel comfortable with this and we feel like we should have had a conversation first. Because, other than what's going on with this data, we really have to question not the Westport police necessarily what they're doing with the data, although we want to make sure that's being stored properly. But the question would be, what's Flock doing with our information? Do they have the ability to sell it to third parties? Are they storing it? They claim that they don't store facial recognition, but does it mean that they don't use it to track, but they still record? So these are questions that are, again, very concerning. But everyone I spoke with, I've actually concurred with my kind of conclusion.
And have you heard from the first selectman about this?
Unfortunately, I have not. I've heard from the town clerk stating that they can't provide the records I requested and directed me to the Westport Police, and I haven't gotten a response from the Westport Police at this point.
All right. Well, Louis, are you going to run for RTM or something? Are you going to, because we have this legislature in Westport, and very often the things that become issues start or at least get debated in the RTM.
Yeah, absolutely. I have thought about it. I've ran before in the past. It's not at the forefront of the intention of me doing this. I really just worry about myself, my family, and the community's protections. But that would certainly, if the town doesn't respond to it, I think it would be, someone should run, and this could be one of the many reasons that drives that election.
Thank you so much, Louis D'Onofrio, for writing what you're writing, for bringing it to the attention. I'm one of these people that's always alert to intrusiveness as well. We have this thing called the Fourth Amendment, which is against unreasonable searches and seizures, and it's been interpreted in our constitutional law, to be basically this idea that the state action has got to be able to show before they do a search and seizure that there's a reason for it. And it's got to be a pretty good reason. They've got to have probable cause, and it can't be unreasonable. And this, flock cameras, when they're used by the state, is, as far as I'm concerned, another search. I don't see how it's not a search. It may not be a seizure, but it could be. It could be interpreted as a seizure of information. And so the question is, really the question is for a free society is, in our anxiety, in our quest to live in a safe place, how much freedom are we willing to give up? How much information about our daily lives do we think it's reasonable for our police, even well-meaning police, to collect every single day? And I think that debate has got to be engaged in a free society. I agree with you. We've got to engage in that debate. Thank you so much, Louis, for bringing this to our attention. It's definitely a widespread conversation right now in Connecticut. Thanks so much for being on the show.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And appreciate the attention to this topic. Technology is advancing rapidly. Mm-hmm. We absolutely need to use it to improve public safety, but we also have this responsibility to ask thoughtful questions about privacy, accountability, transparency, and oversight. And these aren't anti-police questions. They're pro-democracy questions. And the goal to ensure that both public safety and individual liberty remain strong is important.
Thank you very much, Louis. Louis D'Onofrio on the Lisa Wexler Show.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly sunny and warm the rest of this afternoon in the mid-80s. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's August 13th. Today is International Left-Handers Day.
Scissors. You don't even know the struggle of finding a pair of left-handed scissors. Look at how difficult it can be to simply cut through a piece of paper.
The #1 movie on this day in 1982 is Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Mr. Spicoli. That's the name they gave me. You're ripping my car. Yeah. Hey, bud, what's your problem?
In 1995, former Yankee star Mickey Mantle passed away at the age of 63.
One of Mickey's fondest wishes was that he be remembered as a great teammate, to know that the men he played with thought well of him.
August 13th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Immediately following a heartbreaking loss.
We got pregnant and lost our baby. And after that, it was like, I don't know what other people feel like, but you just want that back. So we went through like a fertility journey to go try and see if we could get pregnant again. When we had completely given up, we got pregnant naturally. I always say, like, my favorite production, favorite thing I've been a part of is having my children.
I feel like when I look at him now, it feels like everyone's in a really good place. It makes it feel like every up and down has been worth it because it's gotten everyone to where we are now.
With his loved ones behind the drum kit, even back in the air. As Louder Than Fear shows, Travis Barker is feeling blessed for the world to see.
Well, I'm here. I survived a plane crash. I think that's all it took. I literally came home and got that tattooed on my face. So, yeah, I feel very blessed.
Well, the news never stops, neither do we. You can find us anywhere you stream live news. And if you're on the go, we're on the ABC News app and abcnews.com. I'm Kira Phillips. Thanks for streaming with us. A lot more news up next. Don't go far.
What is this place?
It's amazing.
How the hell are you supposed to break into this place?
Unleash. When I say jump, jerks, you jerks jump. The mayhem.
I'm in.
Plan is, when they use the blender, we move.
What do you think, Linda? Should we do it?
Showtime.
Hey, this is actually kind of fun.
We could just make this our house.
Hulu Animahead, your animation destination. In the middle of our street.
Took you long enough? Miranda knows. What do you mean she knows? He knows. I feel a little bit sick. Yo. I hope that's not what you're wearing. That's all.
Get runway ready for The Devil Wears Prada 2. Now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu.
You've never seen anything like this before.
Here it is. I mean, that's incredible.
This place is going to astonish you.
What is that? Oh my gosh.
America's most beautiful natural wonders.
Wow! This is breathtaking. Whoa, that is pretty amazing.
ABC News and Nat Geo.
This is extraordinary.
In search of
7 Natural Wonders of America, now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu.
Tupac Shakur, now 30 years after he was gunned down on the Vegas Strip. A one-time reputed gang leader from L.A. stands trial for his murder. Follow every stunning detail as it happens. Streaming live daily on ABC News Live, wherever you stream. America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney Plus.
Reporting from Fenway Park, I'm Ashin Singh, and wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're watching ABC News Live.
Finally facing the music, opening statements underway right now in the Tupac murder trial. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. The deal that President Trump signed at Versailles in June set a 60-day deadline for ending the war with Iran and reaching an accord on its nuke program. The deadline was today. The stalemate continues. What the U.S. strategy is, from ABC News contributor and retired Marine Colonel Steve Gagnon.
All that oil money that Iran normally would be putting into its coffers is not entering its coffers. From the U.S. perspective, which is why the president said today, I'm not in no hurry here. I can wait this out. The U.S. can continue the blockade, continue to watch the Iranian economy decline until Iran can't take it anymore.
Iran says it has reached a deal or is close to a deal with Oman over a plan for ships to transit the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump, in a social media post, ordered reduced U.S. participation in joint U.S.-South Korean military exercises that just started. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers.
One, he said this sends a very bad message to North Korea. He's talking about his strong relationship with the leader there, Kim Jong-un, and he said that these are inappropriate and hostile signals. Two, he also said that they're very costly, these exercises that have been happening now for half a century with these two countries.
Opening statements underway in Las Vegas for the murder trial of the man accused of killing hip-hop star Tupac Shakur 30 years ago. Dwayne Keffy D. Davis, who used to be a gang leader, is charged. His tell-all book stated that he planned the drive-by and provided the gun. Davis has pleaded not guilty, saying he lied to sell books. ABC News legal contributor Bernarda Villarloa.
Once he gets arrested is now when he's like, I have nothing to do with this book. So laying that out for the jury, I think, is going to make the huge difference for this prosecution.
The hearing taking place related to Nick Reiner, accused of stabbing his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, to death last December. Reiner seeking access to his trust fund to pay his legal bills. You're listening to ABC News.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
The Supreme Court has refused for a final time to review its denial of a President Trump appeal. It upholds the $5 million judgment that Trump ended up paying E. Jean Carroll after being found liable for sexual abuse and defamation. The Palestinian American whose home in the occupied West Bank has been besieged, surrounded by Israeli settlers for over a week, traveled to his property today to join other family members who have been defending it. The U.S. has condemned the siege. A Trump-appointed national bank regulator has granted a wing of the Trump family's crypto business conditional approval to establish a bank charter, opening the door for larger clients and potentially higher profits. The decision marks the first time in U.S. history that a company owned by the sitting president's family has been granted bank status. ABC's Jay O'Brien.
Started in the months before Trump returned to the White House, World Liberty used to list the president, his sons, his Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff, and Witkoff's sons on its website. The page appears to have since been removed. The firm's deals, including in the Middle East, have helped Trump's personal gains from crypto balloon, earning upwards of $1.4 billion from his family crypto businesses alone last year, according to his financial disclosures.
Dozens of House Democrats demanding answers from the Trump administration about critical mineral agreements, amid reports that the Trump family and members of his cabinet could profit from them. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top-shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut's governor race is increasingly focusing on affordability, with Republican nominee Ryan Fazio making high electric bills, property taxes, and the overall cost of living central issues in his campaign against Governor Ned Lamont. Fazio says Connecticut families are struggling under Lamont and the Democratic policies, while Lamont points to the state's strong fiscal position and economic growth as evidence of his record. The two candidates are expected to make lowering household costs a major theme heading into the November election. Connecticut colleges and universities are weighing how to respond to a new call from the Trump administration for higher education reforms. Education Secretary Linda McMahon is asking schools to publicly address issues including college costs, administrations, free speech, academic standards, and what she calls ideological bias. Connecticut institutions, including Yale, UConn, and the state university system, are reviewing the request, with responses expected by the end of the year. A 19-year-old Fairfield man is facing a charge of first-degree possession of child sexual abuse material after police say a tip from Snapchat led to an investigation. According to an arrest warrant, investigators found 32 videos on Jaden Oliva's cell phone, and police say the material involved children under the age of 16. Oliva was arrested July 30th and later released on a promise to appear in Bridgeport Superior Court on August 21st. I'm Will Scafaris with your local news here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound, an accident at exit 17A and B in the right lane. On the northbound side of the Parkway, construction from the state line going to exit 3. Stay to the left to get through. Wilbur Cross northbound, roadwork starts at exit 41 in the right lane. Route 8 northbound, you have at exit 12A through exit 14. The left lane is blocked. and 84 westbound. More construction, exits 8 and 7 in the right lane. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
And the evening feed, 3, 2, 1. Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know, I thought this. I didn't think this was coming back here. Here's a story that I didn't think we'd hear about again, and we're hearing about it now pretty consistently. I don't think that anything's going to happen here, but you never know. Brian Lockhart's story. We were talking about this, I think, some parts last week as well. Can Bridgeport find common ground on returning the Columbus statue to Seaside Park? So once again, the question in the headline here, and hi, how are you? It's Paul here, your buddy, your old pal on Connecticut Today. Can Bridgeport find common ground on returning Columbus statue to Seaside Park? You want the short answer or the long answer? I'll give you the long answer and the short answer, no. How's that for you? Opponents and supporters begin talks over the divisive monument. And of course, 6 years ago, right in the aftermath of George Floyd and his tragic death. Listen, whatever you think about Mr. Floyd's personal life, his police record, whatever, nobody should die with a cop's knee on his neck for 9 minutes and how many seconds. But having said that, everybody suddenly, for some reason, turned their focus on Christopher Columbus, and I understand that. Listen, history is a little greasy, a little grimy, a little dirty. We understand that. But, when you think about the Columbus statue and the fact that it's trying to be reinstated to Seaside Park again, and listen, good luck to everybody trying to do that, but something about the opponents of Columbus and the Columbus statue and Columbus Day, and it's now Indigenous Peoples Day and this day and that day and Native American Day or whatever. Some of the critics here, and I understand they do have some valid points here, but some of the critics act as if everything is Columbus's fault. Oh, my God. Do you people realize in the minds of some of these people that if Christopher Columbus never showed up, not one Native American would have ever died. Not one Native American would have ever suffered any sort of sickness or disease or bacterial or viral infection or parasitic infection. Because, of course, if Christopher Columbus hadn't have come here, nobody would have. The United States today would not have existed. Because, of course, it was all Christopher Columbus's fault. You see the point here I'm bringing up at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The whole argument against this, while valid in a freedom of speech part of thinking, is ridiculous when you think of the real world. Well, Columbus did this and he did that and enslaved people. And I'm not saying he was pure as the driven snow. I'm not. But some of these people, and listen, I respect anybody's ability to disagree with something or say that we shouldn't honor somebody. But could we please stop? At least give me the satisfaction here of stopping the notion here that everything that's wrong with America and North America and every bit of disease and everything else here is Columbus's fault. If he didn't come and do this, somebody else would have. Well, why are we honoring him, Paul? Because another thing people don't understand is when you say things about Columbus to some Italians, not all, but there's probably, with the exception of St. Patrick's Day, there's probably, or St. Patrick, there's probably no other person in history who is tied up to an ethnicity as Christopher Columbus is. Now, do I care if the statue goes up there again? Frankly, no. I'm not going to lose sleep whether or not the Columbus statue goes up there or it doesn't. But what I do think is a little, what I do point out here is a little bit of the short-sightedness of people telling Italians who they should honor and who they should look at as a hero. Well, you know, Columbus wasn't a nice guy. All right, what about the Prophet Muhammad? How many, and freedom of religion, how many Muslims idolize the Prophet Muhammad? What was his history like? And the history of, you know, the Ottoman Empire and all that. You remember those days? I mean, can you drink in the hypocrisy there? That for some reason, pretty much all the guns here, no pun intended here, have been turned on people who say, hey, could we put this statue somewhere? And, you know, frankly, shame on some of our civic leaders who, you know, they're just worried about police overtime and this, that, and the other. So listen, the short answer and the long answer are both no on this. Can Bridgeport find common ground on returning the Columbus statue to Seaside Park? No, it's not going to happen. And I'm not besmirching anybody or belittling anybody that's going to try. But in this metro, in this city here, in this time, the return of the Christopher Columbus statue, which is a point of pride for many Italians, was Columbus a perfect guy? No, far from it. My point is, who was back then? And do you think if Columbus didn't come here, nothing would have changed? You wouldn't have seen any of the darker side of humanity? You're only seeing it because it was Columbus? Come on, stop that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So we start on this, and it's already, when I put this up, it's already picking up quite a bit of buzz here as our question of the day. Should a statue of Christopher Columbus that was removed 6 years ago be returned to Bridgeport Seaside Park? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us. Voiceofct.com.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance. And don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Town Fair Tire, the area's largest independent name brand tire dealer, sells any Continental tire you choose at the guaranteed lowest price. And Town Fair gives you the most free services for life on your Continental tires. So if you're searching for the best price and the most free services for life on Continental tires, get a Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
If you have troublesome trees on your property, that doesn't mean they necessarily have to come down. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and this is why I love the free tree risk assessment by my friends at K&J Tree Service. They'll come out, and in minutes, they can see if a tree needs a little more attention.
You have the trees that look pretty good, and they just need a little bit of pruning or some bracing. There's some cabling and some things that we can do to trees just to prevent failure in storms or even day to day.
Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway, southbound, an accident at exit 17A and B in the right lane. On the northbound side of the Parkway, construction from the state line going to exit 3. Stay to the left to get through. Wilbur Cross northbound, roadwork starts at exit 41 in the right lane. Route 8 northbound, you have at exit 12A through exit 14. Left lane is blocked. And 84 westbound, more construction, exits 8 and 7 in the right lane. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Greenwich's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
So for some reason, and it's a story today by our buddy, our pal, Brian Lockhart, friend of the program. He's been on with us a few times, regarding putting the Columbus statue back up. That's never going back up. Not that I wouldn't mind seeing it going back up, but it's never going back up. Do you think anybody on the Parks Commissioner or the Mayor's office wants to see that go back up? Come on, what are you kidding me? Please, come back to us. Exist in the present atmosphere. Now, again, here's my point. My point is you can oppose that all you want. But stop with this notion that because you think Columbus did what he did or we verified he did what he did, that it would have never happened. You know what? Different people, different ethnic groups, different, parts of society. Sometimes the people that we honor are not pure as the driven snow. And you're talking about something that was 600-700 years ago. 600 and change, whatever, quick math in my head. But no, it's never going back up. But you know what? Sometimes you get an attitude here. This Sharon Piper, the clan mother, tribal head leader of the Golden Hill Pagus, it's okay. While willing to participate in discussions on the matter and how to best honor Italian and Native Americans at Seaside, she emphasized when it comes to Columbus, I just think it's time to move on. Oh, you do? Oh, okay. I love when non-Italians try to say, well, there's a different way we can honor Italians. Really? Really? That makes me laugh. We kick it off with, now this mouse, Paul. You see the first 10 minutes with the three mouses in front of me. Eric in Norwalk is here. Eric, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hey, Paul. How you doing?
I'm good, Eric. What's on your mind? What's up, buddy?
Well, I was chilling on the wire waiting to talk about flock, but you raised actually another kind of topic. We always deviate in this capacity.
Well, that's it.
I can speak as an Italian-American, third generation.
Yep.
there's a certain idolatry that comes with Christopher Columbus that you have to kind of go back to the history of when that started.
Yep.
And that was basically in 1892, following the mass lynching of Sicilians. Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
So, and we also got to, again, I'm Italian. This is a conflicting situation for me because historically and sort of sentimentally, it is the only national holiday for Italian Americans.
Yes.
And I'm dealing with, first generation and second generation elders that really sought to assimilate in America. So Columbus was sort of their carrot, if you will.
No, you're
You know what
right.
I'm saying?
And they take this, some people in those generations do, Eric, not everybody, but some people take this as an insult to Italians. Yeah.
100%. I'm in Norwalk. I'm pretty connected with a lot of the Italian community here, and they do. But I recognize that it's coming from the sentimental attachment to the events, like chilling with your 1,000 cousins and whatever at Venus House, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Not particularly the sort of icon that they were given at that time, because Amerigo Vespucci just sounds too Italian. So Christopher Columbus, that fits with the whitewashing of Italians at that point in time. Because don't forget, my grandfather came here. They were living in Harlem. They were chilling with Louis Armstrong and Billie Holiday. So that was the context at the time. Unfortunately, it's carrying over to our time. So I would say leave the statue where it lays, and I would say let's look to other Italian figures. And I got one in specific that I think will actually cover both the indigenous and sort of, more progressive nature of it.
Who's that?
Giuseppe Garibaldi.
Oh, that's right. Garibaldi. Yeah.
Right? At least he lived in America for at least 3 years when he was on the lam in Staten Island.
Yeah.
I never understood why there was a statue in Washington Square Park growing up until, I got some history. I'm like, oh, all right, that totally makes sense. And he came here and he made candles. It wasn't like he was a glorious revolutionary hero at that time. But he was very crucial in the liberation of many of the South American countries during their sort of nationalistic movements. And obviously he's one of the reasons why we have a unified Italy, which actually goes right back to Columbus. To call him an Italian American hero.
There you go, Eric.
There was no Italy at that point in time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, Eric, listen, this is all good stuff, Eric, and I appreciate it, and thank you, sir, for the connection there to and see the people that are angry that Columbus is honored, or there are people that, why would you root for that guy? Well, like Eric said, you don't understand. See, a lot of people don't get it as to why Columbus Day, for the most part, was made a holiday, because you had a group lynching of Italians in New Orleans in 18 whatever, and the federal government, under whomever was the president at that time, said, we are sorry, and we are going to give you a holiday, and if it's okay with you, we'll honor Christopher Columbus. So when people, and again, I find it hard sometimes to excuse the inability to read history, but this is why it bothers Italians so much, is that you are taking away a day in many locales or de-emphasizing something that was given to Italians and Italian Americans as a way to say to all of you, these lynchings were ugly, and we, in the most sincerity we have as the U.S. government, we are sorry.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, southbound, an accident at exit 17A and B in the right lane. On the northbound side of the Parkway, construction from the state line going to exit 3, stay to the left to get through. Wilbur Cross northbound, roadwork starts at exit 41 in the right lane. Route 8 northbound, you have at exit 12A through exit 14, the left lane is blocked. And 84 westbound, more construction, exits 8 and 7 in the right lane. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You work too hard to leave your business unprotected. Whether it's after-hours break-ins, employee access, security cameras, alarms, or knowing what's happening when you're away, Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting has you covered. PPC designs, installs, and services security cameras designed to your business from one location to multiple facilities. Property Protection Consulting will protect your people, your property, and your peace of mind. Property Protection Consulting, your business business security company, ppcalarms.com.
Nobody builds a business without hearing a few reasons it won't work. Too risky, too crowded, too ambitious. But the people who move things forward usually hear those words first. Because growing a business takes more than optimism. It takes nerve, and eventually, a partner built for what's next. That's Next Rodeo. Big thinking, proven creative. For businesses still moving forward. Next Rodeo. The difference between the business you have and the business you want. Meet us at thenextrodeo.com.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
When Hartford makes a decision, Paul has an opinion. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Interesting story here by Brian Lockhart, Hearst, Connecticut Media, in the Hearst outlets earlier today. Is there a way that maybe the Columbus statue could be reintroduced to where it was or near where it was in Seaside Park back in 2020 when it was pulled down, ostensibly because of threats of violence? I guess. Do I think it's going to happen? No, I don't. I would like to be wrong here. And I would at least like people on the anti-Columbus side of it, and they may have viable arguments. I'm not saying they don't. But two things I wish they would realize. Number one, if Columbus had stayed away and never came to America, do you think that none of what you attribute to him would have ever happened? Come on, wouldn't have ever happened? Of course it would have. Come on. And again, number two, well, you have these people who say, oh, the heck with Columbus. They brush him off like, dandruff on their dark black T-shirt. Oh, yeah, I'm getting rid of this on my shoulder. I get that. But they do that without knowing, many of them, not all of them. They do that, though, without knowing as to why he is so revered in America as well. So should a statue of Mr. Columbus that was removed 6 years ago be returned to Seaside Park in Bridgeport?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. Today's the deadline set by the deal that President Trump signed at Versailles in June for ending the war with Iran and reaching an accord on its nuke program. President Trump, in a social media post, ordered reduced U.S. participation in joint U.S.-South Korean military exercises that just started. Trump wants to reinforce his relationship with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, says ABC News military and diplomatic contributor Steve Ganyard.
Everything that the Iranians have been doing in terms of hardened underground, they learned from the North Koreans. All their missile technology. So all those missiles that are killing American troops, hitting civilian areas in the Gulf countries, in Jordan and Israel, that is North Korean technology.
Two U.S. officials tell ABC News that nothing has changed so far with the joint war games with South Korea. House Democrats demanding answers from the Trump administration about mineral agreements amid reports that the Trump family and cabinet members could profit from them. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Milford police say a juvenile and a 20-year-old man are accused of vandalizing 4 city-owned license plate reader cameras in July. The cameras operated by Flock Safety were knocked down, according to reports, and the vandalism left several of the devices damaged. Police say Iyad Rahim turned himself in on August 1st on an active warrant. He faces 4 counts of first-degree criminal mischief and 3 counts of first-degree conspiracy to commit criminal mischief. Rahim is scheduled to appear in court on September 1st, while the juvenile's identity is not being released because of his age. A Greenwich nursing home employee who was filmed making racist comments towards a woman at a Stanford supermarket will return to her job at the town-owned Nathaniel Withrell Nursing Center. First Selectman Fred Camillo says an investigation, which includes a review of the employee's work history and interviews with colleagues, found no history of discrimination. The woman who filmed the incident says she's concerned about the decision and the safety of the residents of color. Two New Haven women are facing charges after police say they assaulted Walmart employees during a shoplifting incident in Wallingford. Police say Janice Bell and Ascens Dawson, both 30 years of age, stole about $111 in merchandise from the North Colony Road store last month and pushed and shoved employees who confronted them. The women were released on $35,000 bonds and are due in Meriden Superior Court on August 28th. A 47-year-old East Windsor father is due in Hartford Superior Court today and is charged with risk of injury to a minor after his 1-year-old son died in a hot pickup truck at a strawberry farm. Police say Kevin Pell called for help after finding the boy unresponsive, and the child later died at Connecticut Children's Medical Center. Authorities say the death is being investigated as a heat-related incident, with the official cause and manner of death still pending. Connecticut is warning water utilities to shore up their cybersecurity after attacks on water systems in at least 7 other states caused flooding or a loss of water pressure. State officials say no Connecticut water system has reported an attempt or successful attack, but they're urging utilities to protect internet-connected equipment that controls pumps, valves, and other critical infrastructure. Connecticut's annual tax-free week is underway, giving shoppers a break on the cost of back-to-school essentials through Saturday. Most clothing and footwear priced under $300 are exempt from the state's 6.35% sales tax, with backpacks and cleats newly added to the list this year. The exemption applies to qualifying purchases made at Connecticut stores and online retailers during the tax-free period. State officials say shoppers should check the rules before making a purchase, since some items, including certain accessories and specialized sports equipment, may not qualify. Connecticut's governor race is increasingly focusing on affordability, with Republican nominee Ryan Fazio making high electric bills, property taxes, and the overall cost of living central issues in his campaign against Governor Ned Lamont. Fazio says Connecticut families are struggling under Lamont and the Democratic policies, while Lamont points to the state's strong fiscal position and economic growth as evidence of his record. The two candidates are expected to make lowering household costs a major theme heading into the November election. I'm Will Scafaris with your local news here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Bear Parkway, northbound side, road work from the state line going up to exit 3 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, you have more construction, exits 41 and 42A and B. That's in the right lane as well. Route 8 northbound construction, exit 12A through exit 14. Left lane is blocked in 84. Westbound construction from exit 8 to exit 7. That's taking the right side. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And apparently there are efforts underway to possibly put the Columbus statue, the Christopher Columbus statue, or as people in my tribe like to say, a Cristoforo Colombo. Putting him back in Seaside Park. The statue was yanked down back in 2020, right at the outset of the COVID outbreak there, and then the post months and weeks following the death of George Floyd, which was, I think, in May of 2020. It ended up in storage. Now they say the statue has been reconditioned, cleaned up a bit. It was that was done, I guess, by private donations. So people like Shelton Mayor Mark Loretti, he is involved in this whole thing, they say. Folks at the Circolo Sportivo Club in the beautiful city of Bridgeport. And a lot of folks involved in this. Dan D'Onofrio, we should say, operating outside his purvey of the Bridgeport Regional Business Council. I've talked with Dan a number of times on this program and on the morning show, filling in for Melissa. So, there are people who are saying, hey, let's see if we can get this back up there. Maybe other people saying, if it happens, you have to have a plaque up there with explaining some of the bad things Columbus did, whatever. I don't think it's going to happen. Now, I might be pleasantly surprised and say, well, look at that. Cooler heads prevailed. Columbus is back. Italian Americans in the Bridgeport area won't feel slighted again. Because, and this is another thing, and I touched on this last segment here, whether you think it's viable or not, the whole anti-Columbus thing, to a lot, not every Italian American feels this way. I'm quick to point that out. But to a lot of Italian Americans, not all of them, but to a lot of Italian Americans, the stuff that went on with Columbus and still does is an insult. You may say, well, what the heck is that about? Well, listen, I'm just telling you. Now, maybe it's not personal with me, but I've talked to a lot of people who say, hey, wait a minute. This was given as an apology by the federal government to the lynching of a bunch of Italian Americans in 1890-something in New Orleans. And I know you'll come back and say, well, Columbus resulted in the deaths of how many tens of thousands of Native Americans? Maybe yes, maybe no. I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't watch. I didn't get the live stream of the news back in 1490-something, whatever. But it's just the kind of thing where the people who are quick to jump on this no Columbus bandwagon, no matter what two sides have come together on, they just don't get it. And there's a lot of hypocrisy there, too. But having said all that, I would be shocked, and I mean fall on the floor, somebody help Paul up off the floor shocked, if the statue was ever put back in Seaside Park or where or whenever. But maybe stranger things have happened. I don't know. Ken in Bridgeport is here. Ken, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Paul, how's it going? Yeah, I think it would be a bad idea because I think it's going to get vandalized if it goes back to Seaside. I think a good spot for it to go would be St. Margaret's Shrine on Park Ave, right across from the Italian Club.
Yeah.
Would be a perfect spot for it.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I just think the statue would be clean for about 10 minutes. And then that first overnight, you know what's going to happen, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah. I mean, that's where they have the Italian feast at St. Margaret's Shrine. So it'd be a good spot for it,
Yeah, Ken, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, some people have said, listen, put it on a private area. But then again, you have the feeling by many Italians, I'm not saying they're right or wrong, but you have the feeling by many Italians who are saying, hey, why do we have to now hide this statue? Why do we have to do that? Why do we, as Italians or Italian Americans, whatever, whether they're citizens or not, why do we, as Italians or Italian Americans, have to suddenly take, duck our heads, if you will, and beg and borrow and whatever to say, could you please put up a statue that was there for decades and decades? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Jeff in Westport. Jeff, how are you, sir?
Hey, Paul. Happy Monday.
Yes, sir.
Hey, fun fact about Columbus.
Yes.
Do you know where the American Indians, the Indians got their name?
Where?
Columbus thought he was landed in India. So when he met the indigenous people, he called them Indians.
I did not. Really? Is that true? I never heard that before, Jeff.
Yep.
I never heard that.
That'd be a fun fact for a Monday.
Well, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. And listen, again, people can be anti-Columbus all they want. I get it. I understand it. But, people should be a little careful with we'd love to work with Italians to find an Italian that we could honor. Really? Oh, isn't that nice of you? Isn't that, boy, I got to tell you, you're everything in a bag of chips, aren't you? Isn't that wunderbar? Yes. And I know many people say it in all sincerity, and they did it in New Haven. They pulled the Columbus statue out of Worcester Square, and they put up like an immigrants thing with a guy and a woman and a young child. And I mean, all right, it's nice, but it's also the statue, if you look at it online, to me is also is a little bit, I don't know what the word is. I can sense what I want to say. That statue in New Haven is it panders a little bit. It's a little pedantic, if you know what I mean. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. With all due respect to the people trying to do this, I don't think there's a chance in hell that statue goes up again in Seaside Park or anywhere else publicly in Bridgeport.
Is your home in need of exterior repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, owner of Brown Roofing. If you're dealing with roof leaks, sagging gutters, or windows and doors that just won't seal, ignoring them will only lead to more costly repairs. At Brown Roofing, we do it all. Roofing, gutters, siding, windows, and doors. Payments start as low as $99 a month. Call today, 475-445-1195, or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
America is facing a blood supply crisis, the second ever declared by the American Red Cross. Blood drives across Connecticut need at least 30 donations a day for the next 30 days to reverse the shortage. Whether it's a pint of blood, Power Red, or platelets, every donation counts. Don't wait. Register today. Call 800-RED-CROSS. That's 800-RED-CROSS, or visit redcrossblood.org or download the Blood Donor app. Powered by the Connecticut Epilepsy Advocate Foundation, ct-ea.org.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Bear Parkway, northbound side, road work from State Line going up to exit 3 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, you have more construction, exits 41 and 42A and B. That's in the right lane as well. Route 8 northbound construction, exit 12A through exit 14. Left lane is blocked in 84. Westbound construction from exit 8 to exit 7. That's taking the right side. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Live, local, and already talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, how are you? It's Paul here. Will on the other side of the glass today, handling news and getting all the calls from you to me and all that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So an interesting story today by our good friend Brian Lockhart, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Is there going to be any way to get, will there be a meeting of the minds on the Columbus statue, which I guess has been reconditioned, cleaned up privately by people connected with the Circolo Sportivo Club? I don't think it's going to end up outside in Seaside Park anymore. I think you'll see it maybe, as one of our previous callers said, where they hold an Italian festival every year. I know that's been talked about, but to me, there's a bigger issue here. There's a bigger issue here that people don't quite understand. Some do, and to some that do and acknowledge it, but still say what they think, good on you. But this notion that, well, we'll just toss Columbus aside for some reason and we'll honor, I don't know, Vasco da Gama, Amerigo Vespucci, Enrico Fermi, Frank Sinatra, Tommy Lasorda, whoever you want to do. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. 203-333-9422. Bill in Bridgeport is standing by. Bill, how are you, sir? What's up?
So it's the Hispanics who don't want the statue in Seaside Park. They're the ones who caused all the uproar. I hear about it all. I'm down there a lot. I hear about it all the time down there with people I know that talk about it.
Yeah.
They said that it comes back to Bridgeport where it was going to take an attack it, vandalize it, whatever.
So you're saying that there's a Hispanic bent against that you hear talked about against Columbus?
Yeah.
And what's the reasoning, Bill?
I don't know.
It is interesting, and Bill, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. It is interesting you mention that because in this story, there is a mention of, and it's interesting how he is referred to here in this story. A member of I think it's a Bridgeport City Council here. Give me a chance here to. Yes, anti-Columbus Bridgeport City Councilman Jorge Cruz, or George Cruz, I'm assuming it's Jorge, whose South End district includes Seaside Park. All right. So you folks tell me, is Bill right here? Is part of is there an ethnic or a racial component here? Maybe there is. I don't know. But Bill mentioned that, and it's spelled out here in the Connecticut Post. Here's the full paragraph. Already earlier this month, D'Onofrio, was part of a small private huddle between a handful of leaders of both sides of the debate, including anti-Columbus Bridgeport City Councilman Jorge Cruz, whose South End district includes Seaside Park, and pro-Columbus Shelton Mayor Mark Loretti. Cal's in Bridgeport. Cal, how are you, my friend? ¿Cómo está?
Paul, I'm doing excellent. Thank you. Paul, yeah. I'm telling you, first of all, what I want to tell you, you've definitely been missed this for a few days that you were in the morning.
Yeah.
You were definitely missed in the afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
And some of my friends have said, hey, what's going on with Paul? I said, well, listen, it's only taking a couple of days off, which he switched.
Yeah.
But, Paul, you know what I wanted to, if I remember correctly, you had a conversation with Chris Caruso,
yes.
And he sounded very positive. What changed?
Cal, I don't know. Maybe there are more people on the other side speaking up. I don't know. Now, Cal, frankly, I'm shocked that both sides are actually meeting here. It sounds like you've got the pro-statue and the anti-statue sides actually talking. So I guess that's good. I don't know. But, Cal, I don't know about you. I don't think the statue's ever going back. I don't think so.
Paul, also, the gentleman that called earlier, he had a great idea putting it up to St. Margaret Shrine.
Yeah.
But if you have these people that they're vindictive,
they'll go find it.
Do the same thing up there.
Yeah.
Crying shame, Paul.
Yeah.
Listen, welcome back. Thank you for.
Cal.
You were definitely missed in the afternoon.
All right, Cal. Start the ball. Be good, my friend.
Ciao.
All right. Ciao, my friend. Thank you. All right. 203-333-9422. And look. I'm a realist here. We all learned growing up, Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, and he had the Nina and the Pinta and the Santa Maria. Of course, when we were growing up, we weren't told about anything that happened back then. And I'm not trying to trivialize any loss of life here. But I got to tell you, as bad as 2026 may be to some people, I got news for you. The 1400s, 1492, 1500s, the 1300s, that was some pretty raunchy times in the world. We didn't exactly respect the rights of people the way we do now. But for some reason, the federal government decided back in the 1890s, 1890-something, to use the image and the name of Christopher Columbus as a way to soothe the anger of Italians who were upset at that lynching, last public lynching or biggest mass lynching or whatever it is in the States, and say, all right, we will give you a federal holiday and name it after Christopher Columbus. And when some Italians here, not all, because I'm sure there are, all people on all sides here, but when some Italians are here and they say, well, we'll help you figure out another Italian to honor. Oh, you will you? That's nice of you. That's so nice. Telling Italians how to respect their heritage and honor their heritage. And again, but, it's not that easy, because there is no singular, with the possible exception of St. Patrick's and St. Patrick's Day. But the connection of Christopher Columbus to Italians and to people of Italian heritage who are honored to be Italian, they look at Columbus Day and Columbus Day parades as part of their heritage. You may say, oh, they're crazy, those Italians. Do they not know the history of Columbus? Maybe they do and maybe they don't. But going into it, at least acknowledge the relatively strong connection and sense of pride. It's not so much about Columbus the guy or the explorer or whatever. It's about, Columbus Day per se as a way to honor Italians. Now, what could smooth this over? If the federal government... Now, again, Columbus Day is still observed in the Columbus statue and plenty of other areas. But, having said that, could the feds do anything more to make Italians feel better about this and say, all right, listen, instead of Columbus Day, it's going to be Italian American Day or Italian Heritage Day? And I think some school systems do that, and some states or individual cities or towns do that. But even if you do that, there are a lot of Italians and people with Italian heritage in first or second or third generations, who say, well, wait a minute, though. You're giving us something we never asked for. And we know you don't like Columbus, but really, isn't anybody you don't think some of the founding fathers that we honor, say, on President's Day and all throughout history and speak glowingly of, did they have positive attitudes on race back then? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway, northbound side, road work from the state line going up to exit 3 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, you have more construction, exits 41 and 42A and B. That's in the right lane as well. Route 8 northbound construction, exit 12A through exit 14. Left lane is blocked in 84. Westbound construction from exit 8 and exit 7. That's taking the right side. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We are in the midst of hurricane season here in Connecticut, and let me be real, it's not over until the beginning of November. We've already seen our fair share of storms, including what happened on July 4th. It's time to get that free tree risk assessment I tell you about all the time from my friends at K&J Tree Service. We had the free tree risk assessment done last year, and it gave us such peace of mind going into the winter, the spring, and now hurricane season. And what's cool about K&J Tree Service is they only have certified arborists come out to check your property.
We only send licensed arborists to the property to do those health assessments. And certainly there's so many things that we can do aside from just take a tree down.
You can call Ricky and his team at K&J Tree Service by calling 203-248-TREE or just go to kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment. No obligation to do the work, but definitely gives you peace of mind and a better understanding of how healthy your trees are or are not on your property and how likely they are to come down the next time a storm rolls through. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's see. Paul is in Monroe. Paul, good afternoon. You're on WICC. How are you?
I'm good. You bring up a lot of good points.
Yep.
First of all, like you're talking about from the 1400s. Yeah, people were pretty brutal back then.
Yeah.
But, then you were, before the break, you were saying the forefathers. Well, obviously, George Washington, he's a great person, right?
Yeah.
He had slaves.
Sure.
I mean, it's documented.
Sure.
And Jefferson had slaves and had many children.
Sally, what was her name? Sally Hemings or something like that? Yeah.
But I mean, the point is the Columbus Day is supposed to be of a positive nature for, Italian heritage. I mean, my in-laws are Italian, and I mean, you go to the Bronx, and I mean, Columbus Day is a big thing. And I'm Hungarian, so I go down there. I'm like, wow, what's up with this, right? I mean, this is a giant celebration.
Yeah.
But the point is like, okay, obviously Columbus was pretty brutal, but I don't know if other people were doing things not the same way.
Exactly, Paul. I do have to run. I'm up against the time wise.
Right.
Yes, Paul. Thank you. And those are good points. And again, it's funny that Paul said, well, not funny, but Paul, you make a good point of somebody seeing how the Columbus Day and the image of Columbus is revered by Italians and Italian Americans because that is an honor of their heritage.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. Today's the deadline under the deal that President Trump signed at Versailles in June for ending the war with Iran and reaching an accord on its nuke program. Iran says it's been talking with Oman. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers.
Iran has said today that they are getting close to a final agreement where those two countries would figure out a way to manage the Strait of Hormuz. The administration, of course, has maintained that this can be under control of no country, despite the president in recent days saying the United States controls it.
President Trump ordered reduced U.S. participation in joint U.S.-South Korean military exercises that just started. Trump wants to reinforce his relationship with North Korea's leader, says ABC News military and diplomatic contributor Steve Gagnon.
Everything that the Iranians have been doing in terms of hardened underground, they learned from the North Koreans. All their missile technology. So all those missiles that are killing American troops, hitting civilian areas in the Gulf countries, in Jordan and Israel, that is North Korean technology.
Two U.S. officials tell ABC News that nothing has changed so far with the joint war games with South Korea. House Democrats demanding answers from the Trump administration about mineral agreements amid reports that the Trump family and cabinet members could profit from them. A Trump-appointed national bank regulator has granted a wing of the Trump family's crypto business conditional approval to establish a bank charter, leading to more questions about possible conflict of interest. ABC's Jay O'Brien.
It's a move that could be lucrative, opening the door for potentially higher profits that go directly to the Trump family's expanding cryptocurrency empire. The decision coming from the Treasury's Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, run by a Trump appointee.
The Justice Department today finalized a rule to pave the way for people who've been barred from owning firearms because of criminal convictions to apply to have their gun rights reinstated. Listening to ABC News.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Opening statements in Las Vegas for the murder trial of the man accused of killing hip-hop star Tupac Shakur 30 years ago. Dwayne Keffy D. Davis, who used to be a gang leader, is charged. His tell-all book stated he planned the drive-by and provided the gun, but he pleads not guilty, saying he lied to sell books. Judge today decided that a hearing for Nick Reiner be continued October 23rd. Reiner accused of stabbing his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, to death last December. He wants access to his trust fund to pay legal bills. The Supreme Court has refused for a final time to review its denial of a President Trump appeal. It upholds the $5 million judgment that Trump ended up paying E. Jean Carroll after being found liable for sexual abuse and defamation. Military recruiting has bounced back, says ABC's Steve Bainon.
For most recruits, the decision is overwhelmingly economic, helping pay for college, health care, and above all, a reliable career. That pattern has held for decades, and recruiting has historically benefited when the civilian economy is a little tougher. The harder problem for the Pentagon is finding enough people who can qualify. That's the biggest hurdle.
Only 1 in 4 qualify. Guac update from ABC's Jim Ryan.
Mexican avocado pickers are back at work. They were sidelined by an American security alert designating cartels that operate in areas where avocados are grown as terrorist organizations. That alert has now been lifted. Shipments are resuming. The farm workers are back on the job.
Chuck Severson, ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut's governor race is increasingly focusing on affordability, with Republican nominee Ryan Fazio making high electric bills, property taxes, and the overall cost of living central issues in his campaign against Governor Ned Lamont. Fazio says Connecticut families are struggling under Lamont and the Democratic policies, while Lamont points to the state's strong fiscal position and economic growth as evidence of his record. The two candidates are expected to make lowering household costs a major theme heading into the November election. Milford police say a juvenile and a 20-year-old man are accused of vandalizing 4 city-owned license plate reader cameras in July. The cameras, operated by Flock Safety, were knocked down, according to reports, and the vandalism left several of the devices damaged. Police say Iyad Rahim turned himself in on August 1st on an active warrant. He faces 4 counts of first-degree criminal mischief and 3 counts of first-degree conspiracy to commit criminal mischief. Rahim is scheduled to appear in court on September 1st, while the juvenile's identity is not being released because of his age. Connecticut colleges and universities are weighing how to respond to a new call from the Trump administration for higher education reforms. Education Secretary Linda McMahon is asking schools to publicly address issues including college costs, admissions, free speech, academic standards, and what she calls ideological bias. Connecticut institutions, including Yale, UConn, and the state university system, are reviewing the request, with responses expected by the end of the year. I'm Will Scafaris with your local news here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, an accident reported between exit 42A and B and exit 41 as things backing up towards the tunnel. On 95, northbound side plan on about 45 minutes from Stanford going through to Bridgeport Parkway northbound, residual delays coming off the state line from earlier road work. Traffic report powered by the city of Bridgeport. Concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? If you're a Bridgeport resident, join the free community conversation at 5:30 p.m. this Wednesday at the Newfield Branch Library. Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A man accused of vandalizing Milford license plate reader cameras. A juvenile and a man accused of vandalizing the cameras last month on the Boston Post Road in Milford, according to police. So they have identified him, and I guess there's a court date set. A juvenile and a man accused of vandalizing the license plate reader cameras. A 20-year-old Iyad Rahim of Milford turning himself into cops on an arrest warrant August 1st. So smart move, Iyad. They were coming to get you. Charged with 4 counts of first-degree criminal mischief and 3 counts of first-degree conspiracy to commit criminal mischief. There were 2 incidents of vandalisms in the cameras. The 2 suspects arrested in connection with 3 cameras damaged on July 15th. And you too, what did you get out of this now? So here you are, you got all these phony patriots online. Oh, yes, I'm going to use the same stupid Ben Franklin quote that everybody is taking out of context. God almighty. Use Google once or twice. Figure out what Ben Franklin was actually talking about in that quote. Oh, we need to pull him down. All right, you pulled him down. Now, are you going to pay for this guy's lawyer, you phonies out there? I'm sorry. This whole thing, listen, I understand that you have questions and concerns with the data retention on this stuff. I get it. I understand it. But my God, the way this is proceeding here, people misquoting people in history. I don't believe anything the cops say about these license plate readers helping to fight crime, blah, 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 blah. And another thing, now I understand there are people who don't like these cameras. So let me ask you something, just to be completely serious here. And I know the people that are on the anti-flock thing and the anti-plate reader thing is fine. I get it. You're allowed to do that. God bless you. That's your right as Americans. What makes your point of view on this so much more valid than somebody in your own city or town who likes these things? Did you ever think of that? Did you ever think that and I'm just asking you to think about it. You don't have to agree with me here, but did you ever think for a minute that there are people who like these license plate cameras and say, yeah, I'm good with them. I'm not going to go screaming and crazy and online and yelling and cheering for them. I just am going about my business. Not me, but I mean somebody saying this who would say, hey, listen, I'm not paranoid. And yes, I'm sorry, not everybody, but I think a lot of people who oppose these cameras, not all, but a lot of you people are paranoid. There have been license plate readers on police cruisers for years. This is not really new technology, although the introduction of AI is a new part of it. And yeah, I like to see criminals get caught. I do. And the fact that you have people now vandalizing these things for what? You actually think, some of you people out there so dumb that you actually think that vandalizing cameras is going to put an end to this? Go ahead. If you think that's such a gallant thing to do, I have an idea. When I'm over at 6, because I don't want you to leave the show, when I'm done at 6:01 in 1 second, go out and vandalize some cameras. Oh, you're not going to do that now, are you? No. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. 20-year-old Iyad Rahim of Milford turned himself in to police on an arrest warrant on August 1st. He was charged with 4 counts of first-degree criminal mischief, 3 counts of first-degree conspiracy to commit criminal mischief. Cops say there were 2 incidents of vandalisms to the cameras. The 2 suspects were arrested in connection with 3 cameras that were damaged on the 15th of July. All right, and that did what? You don't think the city's going to pay to have those replaced? The other vandalism happened on July 3 when only 1 camera was vandalized, but authorities have not charged any suspects. Cops did not release any additional information on the juvenile. Mr. Rahim is due in court on September the 1st. So there you go. So now he's got charges against him. Now he's probably going to have a police record, even if they, plead this thing down. And that's it. So he carries that for life. A 20-year-old guy, for whatever reason, thought that vandalizing these cameras was the way to go, as opposed to the people who support the cameras and live their lives and don't do it with any gross sense of paranoia. Yes, a lot of you people are paranoid. Not all of you. But a lot of you people are paranoid. You're nonsensical, and you'll say some ridiculous stuff, even though you may have a free, no-cost email service that allows that company to read all your emails. Every time your cell phone says, do we have permission to monitor your audio and your pictures? You, like idiots, give it to them. You have your location services enabled on your camera, so it knows exactly where you are on your phone, enabled on your phone. So, again, these companies know exactly where you are at all times. Google is pinging you left and right here. Oh, but the fact that you're on a public road with a publicly accessible license plate, that's bad. That's the boogeyman, huh?
You listen to the voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC.
At Stanford Health, exceptional women's care means being ready for anything.
32 weeks into my pregnancy, I was diagnosed with an invasive breast cancer. The happiest time of my life became the most frightening. Doctors at Stanford Health performed an emergency C-section, lumpectomy, and a lymph node dissection. My daughter and I are healthy today because of the care we received.
For every age and stage, exceptional care is here for you at Stanford Health.
You're invited to come tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Brand new apartments that include assigned garage parking with direct elevator access, private storage areas, state-of-the-art fitness center, and a welcoming clubhouse. All of this in beautiful Milford, Connecticut, where you'll find historic New England charm in a city with everything you need for modern everyday life. Visit foresthillsmilford.com to schedule your tour. foresthillsmilford.com.
From a child's first day of learning to a senior finding friendship, Hall Neighborhood House in Bridgeport is there every step of the way. For 140 years, Hall Neighborhood House has been a pillar of support for the Bridgeport community, providing early childhood education, after-school programs, STEM learning, family resources, and senior services. The true measure of Hall isn't the number of programs it offers, it's the lives those programs have transformed. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years.
What's wrong?
I had a dream. It was raining, and our basement was filling with water again.
Do you have nightmares when it rains? Wet basement? Why wait? End your basement water nightmares once and for all. Call the Basement Boss, Connecticut's waterproofing experts. Basement Boss will pinpoint where the water is coming from, give you a tailored solution, and stop your basement water nightmare. High quality, low cost. That's the Basement Boss. Wet basement? Why wait? Go to basementbossct.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, an accident reported between exit 42A and B and exit 41 as things backing up towards the tunnel. On 95, northbound side plan on about 45 minutes from Stamford, going through to Bridgeport Parkway, northbound residual delays coming off the state line from earlier road work. Traffic report powered by the City of Bridgeport. Concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? If you're a Bridgeport resident, join the free community conversation at 5:30 p.m. this Wednesday at the Newfield Branch Library. Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Derby's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. You know, I'm looking at some of these social media posts about Flock, and I guess there was a law enforcement consultant who was on might have been on Court TV or whatever, and this guy says, hey, you know, if there were Flock cameras outside of the home or on the same street of the home of Savannah Guthrie's mom, Nancy Guthrie, the case may have been solved by now. Well, yeah, but man, you should read the stuff that people respond with. There's a lot of sickos out there. There is. Just in case you ever lose your mind and think there aren't a lot of sickos out there. Oh, yeah, they're there. They are there. And I ask people this all the time, and most of the time I don't get, and I'll ask you folks out there right now. Let's say you're anti-Flock. Okay, you're anti-Flock or you're anti-license plate reader. All right, I got you. Good for you. You can be that way. I'm not saying you can't. What if your kid was abducted? And you're talking with the cops, and the cops say, well, we have the license plate reader system in this city, so hang on, we'll get the license plate of the car that you just gave us, ma'am or sir, and we'll initiate the search. Now, what are you going to do? Are you going to say, no, my son was just kidnapped, but we don't want you to do that? No. Now, would you honestly say that? Simple answer, yes or no? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Now, if you wouldn't want a license plate reading network to be used to find your car, to find your elderly parent or grandparent or an abducted member of your family, if you're going to be consistent on that, then good for you. But you know for damn sure that I don't care how anti-license plate reader you may be, if you're freaking out and you call the local police and God forbid this would happen to you and you say, hey, I think my son was abducted, it's my ex, it's his dad or whatever, or it's my ex-wife or my girlfriend or she's nuts. Here's the license plate, the make and model of the car, and there's a, heavy metal bumper sticker on the back of it. The cameras can look for that. You know for damn sure you're going to throw out any opposition to these license plate readers, and you're going to say, find my kid. Of course you are. If you don't do that because it's using a license plate system, you're nuts. Can I tell you that? You're out of your mind. But honestly, would you, and listen, if you want to admit to this, I'll say, well, all right, good on you then. But would you still oppose a license plate reader system? It's a simple question, which is probably why I'm not getting any calls on it now, because nobody wants to admit how feckless they are. If your car was stolen, if your truck was stolen, if you had a elderly relative who may be driving but not know where they are, they're not answering the phone, but the car is gone, and the keys are gone, and the SUV is gone, and you notice they've been slipping lately, or your car is stolen, or your son or grandson or granddaughter or niece or nephew are missing, and so is their dad. You know for damn sure you would be praying for a system like this. You would. At that moment, you wouldn't worry about being hip, being a hipster, say, man, I don't want the cameras watching me, man. Like, I read 1980, I read Animal Farm. No, you'd be freaking out. You'd be sobbing like a maniac, as well you should be. Why am I so passionate about this? Because you know what? I would like this system to be working in as many cities and towns as possible because it tends to solve crimes. I don't know about you. I'm not into crime, especially when it affects me or you or my family or yours. Now, again, I will say again and again and again, the data must be protected. We can do that. That's not that hard. You can ask for double or triple or quadruple or quintuple layers of certification before somebody gets into this. But these people out there, no matter where they are, oh, shut off all the cameras. Oh, really? You want to hamstring the cops? That's what you're really telling me. You want to hamstring the police. That's what you're telling me. Well, no, it's a constitutional thing. Yes, but you want to turn off a system that many police in and about Fairfield and New Haven counties and the Police Chiefs Association of Connecticut and law enforcement people all over the state and the country say, hey, we know we have some problems with data here, but you know what? We solve crimes oftentimes because of the data we get. And you want to turn that off. Really? Really? Because you in some warped way think that your opinion of this is for some reason on a higher plane or a higher level because you roll out some dumb Ben Franklin quote every 5 minutes? Come on. Stop. My God, stop. You're embarrassing yourself.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, an accident reported between exit 42A and B and exit 41 as things backing up towards Tunnel on 95 northbound side plan on about 45 minutes from Stamford going through to Bridgeport Parkway northbound. Residual delays coming off the state line from earlier road work. Traffic report powered by the city of Bridgeport. Concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? If you're a Bridgeport resident, join the free community conversation at 5:30 p.m. this Wednesday at the Newfield Branch Library. Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Buying or selling a home is one of the biggest decisions you will ever make. That's why you need a team with the experience. Jonathan Carbuti of Carbuti & Company Realtors delivers local expertise to help buyers find the right property and sellers maximize their home's value. John and his team put your goals first. Choose the proven difference. Call Carbuti & Company Realtors today at 203-980-6886.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbuti. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
A collision on a motorcycle isn't like any other accident. A lot of lawyers don't understand that, probably because they've never been on a bike. At the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo, We ride, and we get it. If you're hurt on your bike, you need somebody who understands what you're going through, who knows how to get you the money you deserve and how to get you back on the road. If you're injured on a motorcycle, don't fight solo. Trantolo and Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Leon was about to leave the military.
My biggest concern was, what am I going to do next?
He found out about My Computer Career and their military transition program.
The Cyber Warrior program takes you from not knowing anything about a computer at all to being a subject matter expert.
How long is that going to take?
In the span of 4 months, I was able to get 4 different certifications.
4 months? Leon's advice?
Highly recommended.
Become a certified cyber warrior in just months at mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. VA education benefits available to those who qualify.
Say what's on your mind and say it live. 203-333-WICC. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And again, I will say over and over again, when it comes to these license plate readers, to Flock and all the other, there's 5 or 6 brands. If you're going to be against them, then be against them with a brain. Be against them with a pulse. Don't be against them because it's chic. And I can tell the chic crowd on this. How can I tell this? Well, here I'm looking at another. It's not a local one, I think, from Milford. It's just another national one. And some guy says, I guess he's anti-Flock. He says, "quote." Here's the quote. Now, you tell me, have you heard anything dumber in your life? His quote is, "I'll take dangerous liberty over safe surveillance." And somebody chimes in, "Well said." So this guy says it, and this woman says, "Well said." All right, so both of you. If somebody abducts your kid in the family car and you know the license plate, and the police say to you, "Ma'am or sir, do you have the plate of the vehicle? We can put that in our Flock system." What are you going to say? No, officer, sorry. I'm going to take dangerous liberty over safe surveillance. You know for damn sure you're going to be a slobbering mess, and you should be if your kid is kidnapped, and you're going to tell the cops, "Please find my baby." And at that point, you're not going to give a holy crap about the Flock system. You're not, because you're phony. You are going to want your loved one found. You're going to want your elderly relative who may be driving aimlessly found. You're going to want the cops to find the 2 dirt bags that broke into your mom and dad's vacation home and held them at gunpoint. So please, spare me with the out-of-context Ben Franklin quotes or whatever. Just be a normal, breathing human.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. No progress reported between the U.S. and Iran to end the war and reach a deal on Iran's nuke program. Today's the deadline for that set in the agreement President Trump signed in June. ABC News contributor and former defense official Mick Mulroy says he doesn't expect major combat operations resuming.
This Strait of Hormuz has to be resolved for the United States to even get to the point where they can talk about the denuclearization plan.
President Trump ordering reduced U.S. participation in joint U.S.-South Korean military exercises that just started, saying they're costly and cause disrespect to North Korea's leader.
You see, I'm actually making it much safer. Kim Jong-un has always treated me with great respect.
2 U.S. officials tell ABC News that nothing has changed so far with the joint war games. House Democrats demanding answers from the Trump administration about mineral agreements amid reports that the Trump family and cabinet members could profit from them. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
And now for the local news, a 19-year-old Fairfield man is facing a charge of first-degree possession of child sexual abuse material after police say a tip from Snapchat led to an investigation. According to an arrest warrant, investigators found 32 videos on Jaden Oliva's cell phone, and police say the material involved children under the age of 16. Oliva was arrested July 30th and later released on a promise to appear in Bridgeport Superior Court on August 21st. A Greenwich nursing home employee who was filmed making racist comments towards a woman at a Stanford supermarket will return to her job at the town-owned Nathaniel Withrell Nursing Center. First Selectman Fred Camillo says an investigation, which included a review of the employee's work history and interviews with colleagues, found no history of discrimination. The woman who was filmed the incident said she's concerned about the decision and the safety of residents of color. 2 New Haven women are facing charges after police say they assaulted a Walmart employees during a shoplifting incident in Wallingford. Police say Janish Bell and Essence Dawson, both 30 years of age, stole about $111 in merchandise from the North Colony Road store last month and pushed and shoved employees who confronted them. The women were released on $35,000 bonds and are due in Meriden Superior Court on August 28th. A 47-year-old East Windsor father is due in Hartford Superior Court today and is charged with risk of injury to a minor after his 1-year-old son died in a hot pickup truck at a strawberry farm. Police say Kevin Pell called for help after finding the boy unresponsive, and the child later died at Connecticut Children's Medical Center. Authorities say the death is being investigated as heat-related, with the official cause and manner of death still pending. Connecticut is warning water utilities to shore up their cybersecurity after attacks on water systems in at least 7 other states caused flooding or a loss of water pressure. State officials say no Connecticut water system has reported an attempted or successful attack, but they're urging utilities to protect internet-connected equipment that controls pumps, valves, and other critical infrastructure. Connecticut's annual tax-free week is underway, giving shoppers a break on the cost of back-to-school essentials through Saturday. Most clothing and footwear priced under $300 are exempt from the state's 6.35% sales tax, with backpacks and cleats newly added to the list this year. The exemption applies to qualifying purchases made at Connecticut stores and online retailers during the tax-free period. State officials say shoppers should check the rules before making a purchase, since some of the items, including certain accessories and specialized sports equipment, may not qualify. Milford police say a juvenile and a 20-year-old man are accused of vandalizing 4 city-owned license plate reader cameras in July. The cameras, operated by Flock Safety, were knocked down, according to reports, and the vandalism left several of the devices damaged. Police say Ihad Rahim turned himself in on August 1st on an active warrant. He faces 4 counts of first-degree criminal mischief and 3 counts of first-degree conspiracy to commit criminal mischief. Rahim is scheduled to appear in court on September 1st, while the juvenile's identity is not being released due to his age. I'm Will Scafaris with your local news here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, an accident between exit 42A and B and exit 41 as things backed up to the tunnel. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, up to an hour from the state line going through Fairfield Parkway. Overall is a little bit easier. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I just spent that break listening to Will's news and going back and forth with all these Google University law grads. Well, you know, those cameras, they violate the Constitution. Well, no, they don't. That's another thing. A lot of you anti-flock people out there, and again, it's not that I'm in love with anybody pro-flock or anti-flock. Just use your brain. Can you do that for me at 3:36 and 42 seconds on a Monday? Use your brain. There have not been any decided federal court cases that say, well, these cameras obviously violate the Fourth Amendment. No, it hasn't happened. Now, you can say, geez, I wonder if, yada, yada, yada. But please, don't talk about stuff you don't understand. Take your, Google University law degree and show mom and dad if you want. And then she'll make you a Swanson TV dinner. Bob in Weston is here. Bob, how are you?
Paul, good afternoon.
Yes,
Always
sir.
Good to hear your voice.
Thank you.
I think what they should do for these two people that destroyed the cameras, a fine, of course, work-related, whatever.
Yeah, and
but
pay.
You take them to two places, Paul. You take them to the worst lockup prison.
Yeah.
Not to make them inmates, but give them a tour of the type of people that these cameras are supposed to go after.
Exactly.
And then you bring them to Westport, Connecticut, and watch all the people that came up from New York as they run through the red lights and they run through the stop signs.
Yep.
And then maybe they'll catch on to what's going on.
Yeah.
What do you think?
And Bob, thank you. And I would have them, too. I would have them. Anybody who vandalizes these cameras, you got to pay for it. Don't make the town or city do this. If you choose to physically vandalize some municipally owned property because you think you're some sort of an online hero, all right, fine, you can do that. Then you have to pay for these flock cameras, which are, I don't know, a few $1,000s a piece, $2,000 or $3,000 or something like that. And then you have to pay the time to bring in the service crew to reattach it and recalibrate it. Yeah, you want to do that? Go ahead, fine. Be my guest. Be my guest. And again, I will say over and over again, I'm not saying Flock or any of these companies are without fault here. They've got to tighten up on the data, and the individual police departments have to make it known to their men and women in blue or in gray, depending upon where they are, saying, hey, if we find you effing around and trying to stalk your ex-girlfriend, your ex-boyfriend, you're done. You're going to be fired, and we're going to prosecute you. And again, we often have, sadly, in this country, we often have police who discharge their weapons and kill somebody when they shouldn't have killed them. All right, does that mean we take every gun away from every cop? No. We refine the rules and we make examples out of people. So look, if you, I'm just begging you here. If you're anti-Flock, if you're anti-plate readers, good for you. Do it with a modicum of intelligence. And instead of going online and saying, well, this violates the Constitution, if you have a lawyer in the family, your cousin Jimmy or your niece Marcy or whatever, or they just give them a call. Say, hey, do these things really, before I embarrass myself around the world on Instagram or Snapchat or Facebook or whatever, or X, has there ever, so the federal courts have not really said these are really, okay. Why is that, Uncle Paul? Because I was just about going to embarrass myself online. In other words, folks, just what do I always say, especially when I say stuff? Don't believe me. If you choose not to believe me, if you think I'm full of crap, and thousands of people do, just do a little checking here. And I'm the first one to say, if the U.S. Supreme Court or a federal level court in one of the 13 districts or 13 circuits, whatever, if they say, hey, this is patently illegal, you know what I'll say? Good on you. You proved me wrong. But I'm not real thrilled with a lot of these local people who saying we don't care what the data boundaries are. They just have to go. They have to go, says you. What about what I feel as a citizen who would like the police to have this tool? See, this is the thing that upsets me. Now, I know personally some people who are very passionate about this, and at least in conversations, they have admitted to me, well, yeah, I can see where there be people who like this sort of stuff. But you know who you have to watch out for? It's the people in this discussion when you say to them, hey, but, you know, Joey got his stolen car back because of a flock camera. Well, I don't care. Oh, really? You don't? Would you care if your car was stolen? No, I wouldn't. I had some guy yelling at me online the other day saying, I don't care. Why would you? This is how dumb some people are. Honestly, really. I said, you know, a couple of people I know had their stolen cars returned, and somebody actually had the level of stupidity to say to me online something along the lines of, I wouldn't want my car back if it was stolen. Come on. Come on. You sound like an ass.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bumper Christoph. It doesn't get better than spending a day fishing and boating on the Sound. If you're like me, love to fish, and you're 18 or younger, get on the action. Sign up for the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth.
Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to offer a $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest blue caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids today at bluefishtournament.com. The Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your destination for dining and boating.
Here's a pickle. A driver says, I didn't see the motorcycle. And suddenly there's a devastating crash. Motorcycle accidents often lead to serious injuries and long recoveries. When someone else's negligence causes harm, you deserve strong legal representation.
Hi, I'm Alan Pickell of the Pickell Law Firm. For over 30 years, we've stood up for Connecticut accident victims.
If you're in a pickle, call Pickell at 475-4PICKELL because results matter. PickellLaw.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, an accident between exit 42A and B and exit 41 as things backed up to the tunnel. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, up to an hour from the state line going through Fairfield Parkway. Overall is a little bit easier. And that's Kraus WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're live and local, and we want to hear from you on the voice of Connecticut. Call 203-333-WICC. We now return to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 695.9.
Hey, coming up in about a half an hour, around quarter after next hour, we're going to be talking with one of our favorite guests, Southington Republican State Senator Rich Sampson, and we're going to be talking to him regarding a piece that was Rich Sampson. It's his long-lost brother. Rob Sampson's going to join us. See, this is what happens when you're still on a cup of coffee, number one. With the tale of simply asking Connecticut officials for some law enforcement information as it pertains to illegal aliens. And along with that, I have some information here that was released a couple of weeks ago regarding how a local police department here in the state, this is how asinine this Trust Act is, a local police department in this state arrested an illegal on just grotesque charges involving a young girl. And because of this Trust Act, that was put in place by the Democratic majority in Hartford and signed into law by Governor Ned Lamont, and you hear them crow about it, ICE, go home, ICE, go home. The Trust Act, because of this act, local police were not allowed to hold a deviant dirtbag illegal and had to release him and put him back on the street before ICE could get their hands on him. Folks, I got to tell you, I ask this over and over again, and I plead with my Democratic friends. You need to explain to me, like I'm a 5-year-old, what is the unending love affair that you, what is it that your party has? What kind of a love affair do you have with illegals? That you would sign a law and boast about it and update that law 2 or 3 times and make it a campaign issue that would mandate that local police departments cannot hold a dirtbag criminal and they must be released back on the streets. What manner of logic is that? Can anybody on the Democratic side of the aisle explain that to me? Now, again, I'm saying that kind of rhetorically. I know why. Because they're afraid that Hispanic voters are going to stay home. When, in reality, if you look at the polling nationally, Hispanic voters, the ones that should be here, that are legal U.S. residents, they're not necessarily pro-illegal. But you've got Democrats all over the country ready to not do so well in the midterms and probably lose again in 2028 because they keep screwing up with immigration. They can't get it right. So we'll talk about that and more coming up with Rob Sampson at about a quarter after, at about, let's say about 25 minutes right here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'll just give you the headline of this story. Car crash on I-95 raises questions about public safety and the Trust Act. Just raises questions, not accusing anybody here, but do Democrats in Hartford, from the governor on down, do they put genuflecting to illegals on a higher plane than the safety of you and I? I'm just asking. Well, there you go. You sound like some MAGA guy. No, I wouldn't prefer MAGA guy. I'd prefer common sense. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Want to manage this for you folks in Stratford. There are still about 700 people that are without power as of about 5 minutes ago. At one time, there were about 4,000 people, I think, earlier out in the Stratford area, UI. And there are, I guess it says 3 outages here affecting 641 customers. So there may be some main cables down for some reason. And I'm looking at this here. And the outage seems to be, it's going to make me use control and scroll here. All right. So the outage is actually East Main Street, and hold on, let me drag and drop again. East Main Street and Montero Drive. Is that it? All right. So that seems where it's centered: East Main and Stratford and Montero Drive. So as always, be on the lookout there. And in these situations, watch for traffic lights that are blinking or not. Oh, speaking of traffic lights. Remember how I told you, by the way, the number is 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Remember I told you, and I've told you this a lot, I used to be virulently anti-speeding camera and anti-stop sign red light camera. You know how I've told you I used to be that and my attitude has changed? Well, again, the other night, I'm, where am I? Oh, I'm coming out of the McDonald's, out of the Mickey D's, wanted a little snack, little hungry. Coming out of the Mickey D's on Route 5 in Wallingford, right near the CBS there. You may know where that is. Down the street about 2 minutes from Choate. So I'm there, and you know how the busy Mickey D's tend to have traffic lights you can get in and get out? So here I am on the red side of the traffic light. I'm waiting, and sure enough, I get the green light, but I say, wait a minute, this guy coming right down the road now has no intention of stopping, and whoo, there he goes. So again, basically, once or twice a week, I dodge being killed because I purposely wait to see if somebody's going to stop, and normally I'm pretty good at judging when somebody isn't. So when we start getting more speed cameras, when we start getting more red light cameras, when we start getting more stop sign cameras, and you scream and yell because your kid got caught driving your car, well, there's a reason why the cameras are out there. Because people drive like jackasses, and they can't find the brake pedal. It's not hard. If you have 3 pedals down there, it's the one in the middle. If you have 2 pedals, it's the one on the left that you manipulate with your right foot. Third one being the clutch, which is a fast fading aspect of American motoring. So again, I used to be virulently any camera. 5 years ago, I wouldn't have wanted speeding cameras. I wouldn't have wanted stoplight cameras. I wouldn't have wanted license plate readers. But you know what? I've had it. I've had it with people being idiots. I don't know whether it was COVID, post-COVID, pre-COVID. I don't care. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Look at this. Front page of the Connecticut Post. Fatal Bridgeport hit-and-run driver was going 54 and a 25. All right, there you go. Shocking, huh? I'm just stunned.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, an accident between exit 42A and B and exit 41 as things backed up to the tunnel. Lower Fairfield County 95 north up to an hour from the state line going through Fairfield Parkway. Overall is a little bit easier. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Quality time with the family, watching for shooting stars, and your cousin's need to take a photo of everything.
Scooch closer to the grill. You're out of the shot.
I love the lighting here.
Mark, you're blinking again.
I'm not moving. You guys have to move.
This one's blurry. Wait, don't take a bite of the corn. I want to get a pic.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming.
I'm just taking a picture of the grill. Thank you.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Purchase any 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil and receive a free MicroGuard Select Oil Filter. Limits apply. You can also save 20% on a MicroGuard or MicroGuard Select Engine Air Filter when you purchase this Syntec Oil and Filter Special. Get details at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
As I continue, can you tell I'm in a mood today? I'm sorry. I know it's a Monday. I usually say this for Friday, but geez, oh, Pete's. Connecticut officials have now extended the alcohol ban on certain state parks, beaches, and forests into November. You know why? Because everybody's an idiot. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, DEEP, said the ban, which was in effect from May 20th till August 17th, well, guess what? It's going to be extended now to September 15th. I'm sorry, November 15th. I'm sorry. So August, September. So 3 more months because you can't stop drinking. That's what it is. This DEEP says it right here. DEEP said drinking is now banned at Gardner Lake State Park and Boat Launch in Salem, the Pagusset State Forest, Waldo State Park, Wadsworth Falls, Lake Warramog, Aquatic State Park, the Beach Pond Park, Naugatuck State Forest, a section of Rocky Neck. I mean, the list is exhaustive here. Officials say seasonal bans have been enacted in these locations due to increased crowding and alcohol consumption that has been contributed to misconduct, unruly behavior, property damage, trespassing, and complaints from visitors in surrounding communities. So is the entire state drunk? No, listen. Here's something I've never been able to understand. I enjoy a nice beer every so often, maybe a cocktail if I go out to dinner. I don't degenerate into an a-hole. I try not to. I have 1 drink, maybe 2 at the most, that's it. Why is the a-hole factor so high now that basically the state has to tell anybody in umpteen state parks you can't have a beer? Why is that? Why is it there are too many a-holes drinking, driving, smoking weed while they drive, running red lights, running speed zones, passing school buses? What has happened to us? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Yes, I know people have always had too much to drink. A lot of people, like that weed from years back. But really? You gotta get high while you're driving? You drink so damn much that you're ruining it for everybody else in a state park? You're in such a hurry down a main street that you can't wait for the light to turn? I don't. Please explain this to me. Is it a lack of oxygen at birth? Did you pick up the bag that you thought said potato chips or corn chips, and they were actually paint chips? The bans have been enacted due to increased crowding and alcohol consumption. It's the middle of a hot day, right? Do you know, by the way, the worst thing you can do when you're at the beach or swimming or on a hot day is booze? Do you know that? Or maybe you did and you don't care. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm extra cranky this afternoon, but hey, can you blame me?
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. A judge in New York today gave prosecutors at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office until October 9th to respond to Luigi Mangioni's motion to dismiss his state murder indictment. The judge set December 10th as the next possible court date. Mangione to be sentenced in federal court 8 days later after he pled guilty to stalking and killing the United Healthcare chief, Brian Thompson. No progress reported between the U.S. and Iran to end the war and reach a deal on Iran's nuke program. Today's the deadline for that, set in the agreement President Trump signed in June in France. Trump at the White House in the Strait of Hormuz and blockading Iranian ports.
We control it. We control it with the blockade. We have a blockade. We control it with the blockade. And I like the idea of declaring it a territory.
ABC News contributor, former Defense Department official Mick Mulroy says he doesn't expect major combat operations resuming.
This Strait of Hormuz has to be resolved for the United States to even get to the point where they can talk about the denuclearization plan.
President Trump ordering reduced U.S. participation in joint U.S.-South Korean military exercises that just started, saying they're costly and cause disrespect to North Korea's leader.
You see, I'm actually making it much safer. Kim Jong-un has always treated me with great respect.
Two U.S. officials tell ABC News that nothing has changed so far with the joint war games. House Democrats demanding answers from the Trump administration about mineral agreements amid reports that the Trump family and cabinet members could profit from them. A Trump-appointed national bank regulator has granted a wing of the Trump family's crypto business conditional approval to establish a bank charter. ABC's Jay O'Brien.
The firm's deals, including in the Middle East, have helped Trump's personal gains from crypto balloon, earning upwards of $1.4 billion from his family crypto businesses alone last year, according to his financial disclosures.
ABC's Jay O'Brien. You're listening to ABC News.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
A judge today decided that a hearing for Nick Reiner be continued October 23rd. He's accused of stabbing his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, to death last December. He wants access to his trust fund to pay legal bills. Heavy rain and potential flooding will linger in portions of the Ohio Valley and Southeast, says ABC News forecaster Samara Theodore.
Johnson City, Knoxville, Tennessee, just outside of Millard, headed into Winston-Salem and Charlotte as we head through the overnight hours. Damaging winds and flash flooding are going to be a real issue.
Opening statements in Las Vegas for the murder trial of the man accused of killing hip-hop star Tupac Shakur 30 years ago. Dwayne Keffy D. Davis, who used to be a gang leader, is charged. His tell-all book stated that he planned the drive-by and provided the gun. Davis pleads not guilty, saying he lied to sell books. In Las Vegas, ABC's Alex Stone.
This is a moment that many people thought, many of Tupac Shakur's fans thought would never get to this point. I was just talking to a man who showed up here among the fans who have shown up of Shakur, and he said he just wants to know what justice is in this case, and he wants to see what the evidence they've got against Davis is.
In Las Vegas, ABC's Alex Stone. In Hawaii, there's a lot to clean up after Lala. First a hurricane, then a tropical storm, dumping 3 feet of rain on parts of the Big Island, washing away about 100 homes. About 250,000 power outages exist. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut's governor race is increasingly focusing on affordability, with Republican nominee Ryan Fazio making high electric bills, property taxes, and the overall cost of living central issues in his campaign against Governor Ned Lamont. Fazio says Connecticut families are struggling under Lamont and the Democratic policies, while Lamont points to the state's strong fiscal position and economic growth as evidence of his record. The two candidates are expected to make lowering household costs a major theme heading into the November election. Connecticut colleges and universities are weighing how to respond to a new call from the Trump administration for higher education reforms. Education Secretary Linda McMahon is asking schools to publicly address issues including college costs, admissions, free speech, academic standards, and what she calls ideological bias. Connecticut institutions including Yale, UConn, and the State University system are reviewing the request, with responses expected by the end of this year. A Greenwich nursing home employee who was filmed making racist comments towards a woman at a Stanford supermarket will return to her job at the town-owned Nathaniel Withrell Nursing Center. First Selectman Fred Camillo says an investigation, which includes a review of the employee's work history and interviews with colleagues, found no history of discrimination. The woman who filmed the incident says she's concerned about the decision and the safety of residents of color. I'm Will Scafaris with your local news here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour from Stanford through Fairfield Parkway really isn't much help. Wilbur Cross southbound, heavy residual delays in Woodbridge going down through 34 from an earlier accident that has been cleared. And in New Haven, 91 south, you have heavy congestion delays from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 2 hours down, 2 to go. How are you? 203-333-9422-333 WICC. All right, our buddy, our pal Rob Sampson coming up in about 10 minutes. I want you to listen to this, and we'll talk to Rob about this. Now, again, this is I'm at a loss for words here because it's never been ostensibly properly explained to me how the state Democratic Party in particular, but Democrats generally, will genuflect on bended knee, as they say, and they will worship at the altar of illegals. And, though, at the same time, they will still wonder how they lost 2024. Let me give you a little of this now. It's a little lengthy, but bear with me here because it's crazy. A crash on I-95 involving an illegal immigrant led Republican State Senator Rob Sampson of Waterbury to send a letter to Governor Ned Lamont and the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection, DESPP, not DEEP. That's Energy and Environmental Policy there. No, this is the state police. Commissioner Ronell Higgins on August 3rd. In his letter, Sampson described the incident. Now, get this, folks. All right, now listen carefully here. And by the way, this is a story by the Connecticut Inside investigator here, Alex Samard's story. This happened. A driver lost control of her vehicle on the Q Bridge in New Haven and crashed into the concrete median, okay? 2 of her relatives showed up at the scene in their own vehicles, all right? So you have a woman, an illegal, who crashes into the median on the Q Bridge, and 2 of her relatives get there in their own vehicles. The Connecticut State Police ran their fingerprints through the National Crime Information Center, the NCIC, and found that all 3 were illegals. They were known to have entered the country unlawfully and illegally. One of the driver's relatives had a removal order. Now, I'm sure if Governor Lamont was listening to me, or Bob Duff was listening to me, or William Tong was listening to me, they would start going, Trump, 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 la, 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 la. Don't listen to the man on the microphone. So one of them had a removal order. Sampson wrote, quote, "My office has received credible info indicating that law enforcement understood they were prohibited by Connecticut law, agency policy, or supervisory direction from contacting Immigrations and Customs Enforcement." So again, folks, I tell you, here's an example where one of our fine men or women of the state police knows that he is dealing with 3 people there, all 3 illegal, one with a removal order, and the General Assembly from Governor Ned Lamont on down, and the Democrats in this state tie the hands of law enforcement. Sampson asked for details about the accident, how the officers responded, the people involved, and Connecticut's immigration policies in the letter. Now, on Monday, the DESPP responded to Senator Sampson and told him they were working on answers to his questions. A few days after that, Senator Sampson was told the delay might be caused in part by staffing changes in the governor's office. Yeah. Connecticut's Trust Act prevents local and state law enforcement from working with ICE to deport illegals unless they've been convicted of a Class A or B felony. The Department of Justice suing Connecticut over its sanctuary policies, including the Trust Act. All right, Rob Sampson's going to join us in just a second to talk about this. But again, folks, you have an accident on the Q Bridge, 3 illegals involved, 1 has a removal order, and the Democrats in Hartford, from Governor Lamont to Bob Duff to Martin Looney on down, they tie the hands of the police departments that are supposed to protect you and I. Why? I have no idea.
Right now, there's one bluefish swimming in Long Island Sound. And this summer, it could make you $25,000 richer. The 44th annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, driven by Stevens, Ford, Lincoln, and Milford, is August 29th and 30th. Land the heaviest bluefish that weekend to wheel in $25,000. There's over $40,000 in cash prizes total. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or at your local bait and tackle shop. We'll see you on the Sound. Thanks to Water Doctor, Bridgeport Harbor Marina, and Little Pub.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
I'm Sarah. I'm 7 years old and live with my mom and grandma. I miss school, and I really miss the cafeteria. There's always food there. Summer is hard for us. There's never enough food at home, so we go to the Bridgeport Rescue Mission Cafe. Sometimes it's our only meal. Thanks to the Bridgeport Rescue Mission, we have a place to go on tough days. But they can't do it without your support. Will you be our hero and provide a meal when we need it? Please donate to BridgeportRescueMission.org. Thank you.
Hey Yankees fans, head out to Yankee Stadium on Saturday, August 22nd for a very special giveaway. It's Hello Kitty Yankees Bobblehead Day. The first 18,000 guests through the gates will receive a Hello Kitty Yankees bobblehead. Don't miss the Yankees taking on their division rivals, the Blue Jays, Saturday, August 22nd at Yankee Stadium for Hello Kitty Yankees Bobblehead Day. Get your tickets now at yankees.com/tickets.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance. And don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted Best Oil Company in Connecticut?
great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour from Stanford through Fairfield Parkway really isn't much help. Wilbur Cross southbound, heavy residual delays in Woodbridge going down through 34 from an earlier accident that has been cleared. And in New Haven, 91 south, you have heavy congestion delays from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. On Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
100 years as the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
Yes, this coming November, make 100 years, November of 1926 to 2026. How about that, huh? 203-333-9422-333 WICC. Rob Sampson joins us, Republican State Senate member, District 16, Cheshire, Prospect, Southington, Wolcott, and Waterbury. Rob, good afternoon, sir. Always great to have you. How are you?
It is my pleasure, Paul. Thanks for having me on.
So, did somebody, Rob, tip you off to this Q Bridge accident that I read a summary of before the break there and before you dialed in here? The state police come upon a woman with a crash in the median. Her relatives come there. They find out that one had a removal order. All three were allegedly illegal. How'd you find out about this?
Yes, I was tipped off. I don't want to mention any specific individuals, but I can tell you that there are numerous folks in and around local and state law enforcement that themselves are unhappy with the laws passed in the state of Connecticut that manifest themselves as making us a super sanctuary state and effectively allowing people conducting criminal behavior on a day-to-day basis to go unpunished. And so they're trying to help me make a political argument for why this needs to change. And I'm very happy that I get an occasional tip on some information that is useful.
You know, Rob, on the factor of, well, if you hear one, there's got to be so many. I would imagine, Rob, that there are a lot of people, men and women, local police, state police, in whatever level here in the state, that whose heads must be exploding. And kudos to the people or the person that tipped you off there. Because, Rob, I don't care what party you are. To have an accident on a major thoroughfare about as the Q Bridge, to find out that you have three illegals there, one with a removal order, you must, as a law enforcement person, say to yourself, are these people like, what am I doing here? Like, what universe is this, you know?
Right. Again, I don't want to speak for any specific law enforcement officers or globally that they all share this opinion, but I'd say that it's not uncommon to have the feeling that they're wasting their time, that it is completely counterproductive and counterintuitive to why they went into law enforcement to begin with, to have policies that effectively derail them from their ability to actually prosecute offenders, maintain the public safety, and so forth. It's got to be unbelievably frustrating, and that's the sense I get when I hear from people. But the sad part, Paul, is that most of the time this goes unreported, undocumented. You know, I've made a habit of when I see, a motor vehicle accident, particularly if there's a fatality, you know, I follow up, or I have somebody in my office follow up to see if there's any more details about the participants in the accident. And it's not because I'm trying to necessarily go after illegal aliens like they're all responsible for every vehicular homicide or anything. But the fact of the matter is that sometimes they are. And when that's the case, you have to recognize that accident wouldn't have occurred if that person was not in the country. And so that goes for any crimes that are committed by people that shouldn't be here.
It is kind of remarkable, not Rob Sampson, that the majority party in Hartford, when you have a situation like yours that you were tipped off to, or you have this tragedy where this illegal who was high and drunk and speeding in Danbury kills a Bridgeport cop and his girlfriend, she now leaves 3 children without a mother. It's kind of interesting how the Democratic leadership, Rob, they get very quiet all of a sudden. They don't talk a lot about this, do they?
No, not at all. I mean, they want to focus on the, misgivings of a few random incidents that happen far across the country. You know, you have hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens, maybe millions of illegal aliens in the country, and you have a lot of ICE agents, operating in country to remove the people that shouldn't be here. It's just natural that there's going to be some mistakes made or some incidents which are not as delightful as we'd want them to be, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
But to turn that into this entire saga that the majority wants to paint, that somehow ICE agents are operating under an authoritarian president and they're focused on black and brown people, that's all just garbage. That is all just manufactured nonsense. The fact of the matter is that ICE agents and local and state police are doing their job to keep people safe. If they make a mistake and they do something wrong, they should be held to account. I'm the first person to say so. But to paint them with a broad brush is fundamentally wrong. And to hide the fact that there are crimes and people suffering as victims from those crimes from people that are in the country illegally is completely dishonest. And I want the truth out, which is why I like to make sure that the other side of the story is being told.
Now, according to this Inside Investigator's story, the governor's office was saying, well, Rob, personnel changes, it's tough to get back to you. Have they gotten back to you on this yet, Rob, or not?
I checked my email just before coming on the air, Paul, and I have not yet received a response from either the governor's office or the commissioner of public safety. I did ask them some rather complex and detailed questions, which are laid out in that article.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't blame them for wanting to take the time to make sure that they answer those questions fully and correctly. But I agree, they probably could have got on it a little sooner.
From a legislative point of view and banding about and debating things like the Trust Act with your colleagues across the aisle there, what is the – I don't even know how to put this. What is the end goal here? Is it just to have as many people in the state as possible for the upcoming census? I don't quite understand the notion, and this is my word, not yours. I'm not putting this on you, but the notion or the degree, Rob, to which the majority sometimes genuflex on this issue and doesn't take a pragmatic approach on this and continuously weakens the position of law enforcement. Where is that coming from? Do you ever just stop and think about that in these long debates about this or not?
I certainly do. And if I was giving you the most thorough answer I could, Paul, I would say that the vast majority of rank-and-file elected Democrats in the Connecticut legislature simply do not know. I think that they are confused about exactly where they're supposed to stand on this stuff. Mm-hmm. They know they're supposed to be opposed to President Trump. They know they're supposed to stand in solidarity with anybody who represents a minority community. Some of them that come from urban districts want to show solidarity with people with a criminal background, for crying out loud. So you have all of these things that are interconnected. Now, when they go out and speak publicly, they try and turn it into something other than what is actually happening. And let me tell you just what is happening, which is that they are actively making policies to protect violent criminals. That is what is actually happening. Now, they can say whatever they want, but they're actually doing that. Worse than the Trust Act, possibly, Paul, they passed a law to change the penalty for 1-year misdemeanors from 365 days, which is a year, to 364 days.
Yep.
And and you'd have to scratch your head and ask yourself why they would do that. And then it came to me. I realized that the reason why they were doing that is because the 1-year penalty is the threshold by which the federal government determines whether or not someone's committed an act worthy of deportation.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
That is not protecting people in the country illegally or people that are here trying to abide by our rules or get a green card. Those are criminals. Those are criminals, and they're actively protecting them.
Rob Sampson. Rob, 16th District, Connecticut State Republican Senator. Rob, thanks. We'll keep an eye on this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Rob Sampson there. Any reaction to that, folks? Do you disagree with him? Yeah, you remember that? Certain misdemeanors or felonies or whatever are now 364 days, not a year. So big bad Trump can't come after him.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour from Stanford through Fairfield Parkway really isn't much help. Wilbur Cross southbound, heavy residual delays in Woodbridge going down to Route 34 from an earlier accident that has been cleared. And in New Haven, 91 south, you have heavy congestion delays from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I never really thought of glasses being part of my wardrobe until I visited Kennedy & Perkins Guild Opticians here in Milford. They helped me find 2 pairs of glasses that fit my style, from everyday wear to designer frames. Family owned since 1946, Kennedy & Perkins is known for personalized service and the latest lens technology, plus an incredible selection from brands like Tom Ford, Gucci, Chanel, and Prada. Visit their newest location here in Milford on the Boston Post Road or any of their 6 locations across the state. Visit KennedyandPerkins.com and tell them Melissa sent you.
Hi, my name is Hayden, and I'm a Wish kid. When my wish to go to Disney World came true, it gave me hope. But getting there meant flying, and that's where you guys come in. By donating your unused airline miles to Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you can help kids like me travel to the places we only dreamed about. Please donate today at cc.wish.org/miles.
Thanks to the generous partnership of Galt Energy and Home Solutions, wishes like Hayden's can become a reality.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
As your day winds down, he's only just getting warmed up. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so maybe a lot of you are itching to call me at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text. And maybe you heard my last chat with Rob Sampson, and you're saying, oh, come on, Paul, that Rob Sampson, he's nothing but a far-right winger. He's a big MAGA guy. All right, you can have your opinion. All right. Rob's still waiting for a response from the governor's office as to why 3 illegals ended up on the Q Bridge in New Haven, one of them with a removal order, and they're still here. All right, so let's make this nonpartisan, shall we? All right, coming back, we'll do news and traffic and weather together and all that. Now, I will give you another real-world example of the Trust Act as it played itself out in a locality a few weeks ago. And imagine you're living in this city or town and you hear what I'm about to tell you, and then you go, what, are you kidding me? Huh?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. A judge in New York today gave prosecutors at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office until October 9th to respond to Luigi Mangioni's motion to dismiss his state murder indictment regarding the killing of the healthcare CEO. Democratic Senator Tim Kaine says he will file a war powers resolution aimed at prohibiting U.S. military action against Oman after President Trump threatened to bomb them if they get in the way of U.S. objectives at the Strait of Hormuz. Today at the White House,
No, I don't think they behave very well, but we'd handle them very easily, just like we do other things.
President Trump ordering reduced U.S. participation in joint U.S.-South Korean military exercises that just started, saying they're costly and cause disrespect to North Korea's leader. Two U.S. officials tell ABC News nothing's changed so far with the war games. House Democrats demanding answers from the Trump administration about mineral agreements amid reports that the Trump family could benefit. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 19-year-old Fairfield man is facing a charge of first-degree possession of child sexual abuse material after police say a tip from Snapchat led to an investigation. According to an arrest warrant, investigators found 32 videos on Jaden Oliva's cell phone, and police say the material involved children under the age of 16. Oliva was arrested July 30th and later released on a promise to appear in Bridgeport Superior Court on August 21st. A Greenwich nursing home employee who was filmed making racist comments towards a woman at a Stanford supermarket will return to her job at the town-owned Nathaniel Withrell Nursing Center. First Selectman Fred Camillo says an investigation, which involves a review of the employee's work history and interviews with colleagues, found no history of discrimination. The woman who filmed the incident said she's concerned about the decision and the safety of residents of color. Two New Haven women are facing charges after police say they assaulted Walmart employees during a shoplifting incident in Wallingford. Police say Janice Bell and Essence Dawson, both 30 years of age, stole about $111 in merchandise from the North Colony Road store last month and pushed and shoved employees who confronted them. The women were released on $35,000 bonds and are due in Meriden Superior Court on August 28th. A 47-year-old East Windsor father is due in Hartford Superior Court today and is charged with risk of injury to a minor after he left his 1-year-old son, who died in a hot pickup truck at a strawberry farm. Police say Kevin Pell called for help after finding the boy unresponsive, and the child later died at Connecticut Children's Medical Center. Authorities say the death is being investigated as a heat-related incident, with the official cause and manner of death still pending. Connecticut is warning water utilities to shore up their cybersecurity after attacks on water systems in at the least 7 other states caused flooding or a loss of water pressure. State officials say no Connecticut water system has reported an attempted or successful attack, but they're urging utilities to protect internet-connected equipment that controls pumps, valves, and other critical infrastructure. Connecticut's tax-free week is underway, giving shoppers a break on the cost of back-to-school essentials through Saturday. Most clothing and footwear priced under $300 are exempt from the state's 6.35% sales tax, with backpacks and cleats newly added to the list this year. The exemption applies to qualifying purchases made at Connecticut stores and online retailers during the tax-free period. State officials say shoppers should check these rules before making a purchase, since some items, including certain accessories and specialized sports equipment, may not qualify. Connecticut colleges and universities are weighing how to respond to a new call from the Trump administration for higher education reforms. Education Secretary Linda McMahon is asking schools to publicly address issues, including college costs, admissions, free speech, academic standards, and what she calls ideological bias. Connecticut institutions, including Yale, UConn, and the state university system, are reviewing the request, with responses expected by the end of the year. Milford police say a juvenile and a 20-year-old man are accused of vandalizing 4 city-owned license plate reader cameras in July. The cameras, operated by Flock Safety, were knocked down, according to reports, and the vandalism left several of the devices damaged. Police say Iyad Rahim turned himself in on August 1st on an active warrant. He faces 4 counts of first-degree criminal mischief and 3 counts of first-degree conspiracy to commit criminal mischief. Rahim is scheduled to appear in court on September 1st, while the juvenile's identity is not being released because of his age. I'm Will Scafaris with your local news here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident between exit 13 and 14 has things backed up from Stamford. 95 north, a solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. And in New Haven, 91 south, a 20-minute ride from exit 6 down through the merge and through Longhorn. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Grab your smartphone and get our app so you don't miss any of the conversation. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli continues on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let me read this for you again. This is out of the Inside Investigator, and it was connected to that story. We just did a segment with Rob Sampson. Now, again, I'm going to read this as it's presented. You tell me how this makes sense. If you are pro-migrant, pro-illegal, if you're pro-Democrat or whatever, you tell me how this makes sense, okay? On December the 13th of 2025, so that's December the 13th of last year, police in North Haven arrested Christian Espinoza Sarango and charged him with illegal sexual contact with a child and other sex crimes. Espinoza Sarango is an illegal immigrant from Ecuador. 10 days after he was arrested, ICE lodged a detainer with the North Haven Police Department. So again, ICE is asking the North Haven police, hey, hold on to this guy. You've got to hand him over to us, and we'll bounce his ass out of here. However, Espinoza Sarango was still released from custody. In a news release, Homeland Security claimed that Espinoza Sarango had been intentionally released because of the state's sanctuary policies. He was arrested by ICE agents on February 13th. Now, you can call me a MAGA, whatever, anything you want. You can call me a Trumper, which I'm not really. You can call me a right-winger. Instead of doing that, can any of you friends out there, including you on the Democratic side, who support Bob Duff, Martin Looney, Matt Ritter, Jason Rojas, Ned Lamont, Susan Bisowitz, explain to me how that makes your neighborhood safer. I'll read the story again. It's only a paragraph. On December the 13th of 2025, North Haven police arrested Christian Espinoza Sarango and charged him with, now folks, the charges were not that he knocked over a convenience store or he ran from a gas station without paying. He was charged with an illegal sexual contact with a child and other sex crimes. He's an illegal from Ecuador. 10 days after his arrest, ICE lodged a detainer with the North Haven PD. But Espinoza Sarango was still released from custody. In a news release, Homeland Security claimed that he had been intentionally released because of the state's sanctuary policies. Luckily, they got this guy. ICE found this guy on February the 13th. So if you're a Democrat, if you're a non-Trumper, please, I'm giving you the opportunity here, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Explain to me how that makes sense. I'll give you as much airtime as you want. Explain to me how that makes sense. Explain to me why the Democratic caucus from Governor Ned Lamont on down, thinks this is a good idea. They must. Here is the Homeland Security news release. On the 13th of February, ICE officers arrested Christian Espinoza Sarango, a pedophile and criminal illegal alien from Ecuador who had been previously released from a jail back into Connecticut communities by sanctuary policies. This pedophile was charged with sexual assault, illegal sexual contact with a child, and enticing minors on a computer. According to local reports, he made contact with an undercover officer who was posing as the aunt of a 13-year-old through an online chat. He allegedly asked for photographs of the young girl and sex. He also made plans to meet with the child at a hotel room where he was arrested. On the 23rd of December, ICE lodged an arrest detainer asking local law enforcement, this being the North Haven Police Department, to not release this pedophile without notifying ICE. But because of Connecticut's sanctuary policies, the detainer was not honored, and he was released from jail back onto the streets of Connecticut. On February 13th, ICE officers arrested this public safety threat at large instead of safely transferring him to ICE custody. So in other words, ICE had to go out and find this dirtbag because Connecticut law, the stuff that, you hear Governor Lamont on his commercial, go home, ICE, go home. Connecticut is safe without you. Yeah, great job, Ned. During the arrest, Espinoza Sarango refused to comply with lawful orders, first trying to flee in his vehicle, then refusing to roll down his window, requiring our officers to break his window in order to successfully apprehend the criminal. There you go. All right, so I'm waiting. Go ahead, email me, Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at voiceofct.com, talk or text 203-333-9422. Do you actually approve of this Trust Act thing? This is nuts. Folks, this is nuts. This is absolutely nuts. Well, Paul, the case never went to trial. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. The cops say he was trying solicit sex on the phone. They nailed the guy. He was not complying. Kick his ass out of the country. But no, because, we know better in Hartford because, my God, don't leave that man alone. We have the Trust Act.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one.
the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Interest rates and oil prices rose today, putting downward pressure on stocks as the Dow, the Nasdaq, and the S&P all sold off. The Dow losing 272 points to 53,459, about 0.5%. Same percentage decline for the S&P, down nearly 41 to 77.45. The Nasdaq faring a touch better, down 0.33% or 84 points to 26,644. 10-year note yields climbed to 4.73%, about the highest level for the year, while the 30-year bond auctioned off saw a yield well above 5.3%. That is the highest level in 19 years and helped to pressure stocks as well. Crude oil futures climbed $2.50 to $84.84 a barrel, touching $91 in London on concerns about the expiration of the memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Iran and President Trump's threat to bomb Oman if it interferes with U.S.-Iranian war activity. All that led to a downside day on Wall Street.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215215. That's SPARK to 215215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident between exit 13 and 14 has things backed up from Stamford. 95 north, a solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield, some breaks along the way through. And in New Haven, 91 south, a 20-minute ride from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Away from your radio? Listen while you work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
So some alleged pedophile skunk has to be released back on the streets in North Haven, one town over from where I am, by the way. Or one town down, I should say. I'm north of North Haven in beautiful downtown Wally World, best town in the state. Thank you very much. Because of the Trust Act, and, you know, Governor Lamont will be, ICE, go home. We're protecting Connecticut. What? Yeah, oh, my God. Jeez. The progressive Democrats in this state, they genuflect. Oh, there's an illegal there. Let me get my knee pads. Oh, my God. Dave in Brantford. Dave, how are you, sir? What's up?
Yeah, how you doing, Paul?
Hey.
I read an editorial in the Hearst paper yesterday by Alma Rutgers, one of those Trump deranged, all roads lead back to it's Trump's fault. No matter what the problem is, it's his fault.
Yeah.
And so it kind of, I'd like to sew up a little package.
Sure.
I hope it's not too clever. Kind of goes along with what you and Sampson were talking about.
Yeah.
So the name of her editorial is I Yearn for an American Reckoning, and it starts out the Jewish month of Elul begins this weekend.
Yeah.
Okay, and so she kind of instructs me. There's the blowing of the horn called the shofar.
The shofar, yeah.
and it calls you to reflect on your deeds and misdeeds over the year. And I thought, finally, she's writing about something that might teach me something instead of pontificating on her Trump derangement problem.
No.
Then I get to the second half, and she starts talking about the Israelites, marching out of Egypt and Pharaoh, and what a cruel son of a gun he is.
Okay.
And then she comes up with, it is difficult, this is her quote, it is difficult for me not to think that the fascist direction in which the Trump administration is taking us is analogous to the oppression of Pharaoh.
Of course, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
and you just want to slap your face. They're using your religion to smear, to slime Trump. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a commandment in the Torah.
Yeah.
She didn't say which one, but there's a commandment in the Torah that we are told not to oppress the stranger, the migrant,
here we go.
the immigrant, the asylum
Sounds
seeker.
like the Pope. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
He tells us it occurs 36 times in the Torah, more than any other commandment.
Yeah.
Next sentence. Our government, with its ICE deployment, is in direct violation of that sacred commandment.
Of course, yeah.
And then she closes with, Donald Trump will never repent for the dark place into which he has taken us. He will never repent for anything. And so it's kind of like it's a holy war.
Yeah.
We're talking about why is the legislature doing this?
Yeah.
And basically, if you think Trump, is the evil king in Egypt, he's Pharaoh, and he's enslaving people and intentionally, inflicting cruel and harmfulness.
Mm-hmm.
But I just can't believe that you would use your Jewish religion to try to spin it back.
I just wonder,
Satan.
Dave, I wonder if Jews like her are equally concerned with the rampant rise of anti-Semitism, of leftist Jew hate in the Democratic Party. A lot of them don't say anything about it, though, right? They say, Trump is the anti-Semite. Trump is the fascist. Now, you may not like a lot of stuff he does, and I don't, but you've got to be a fool to believe that, Dave, and turn a blind eye to what is happening in the once great Democratic Party of the U.S., and they're embracing it with people like Hassan Parker and that guy. I mean, my God, Jesus.
Well, this is an ad hominem attack, but I might say the good Alma Rutgers mentions that the Rabbi Karen Breitman of the Martha's Vineyard Hebrew Center, the synagogue on Martha's Vineyard, to which she belongs.
Yeah.
I said, well, there's probably not a lot of anti-Semitism, on Martha's Vineyard around the synagogue to which she belongs.
Yeah.
Maybe if she was in Manhattan and people spat on her. And,
over the weekend in the Central Synagogue there in Manhattan, guy goes in there and starts spitting on people. Jeez.
And I'll end it. I think Sampson, he illustrated a point, a crime, something that is obviously gone wrong.
Yeah.
That you've got three people up on the Q Bridge and some crazy, I don't know, were they drunk on drugs? Unregistered cars. He wasn't clear on exactly what the crime was when they hit the medium on the bridge.
Well, I guess he's trying to get the information from the governor's office, and that's what's taking so long, Dave. It's what I understand.
But to put a hat over the situation because it was an immigrant, and we don't want anyone to hear anything bad about those fine people.
Yeah.
That is clearly the wrong path to take, and I think that was Sampson's point.
Yeah.
Let there be light. What's going on here? And if it wasn't for your show, I wouldn't know that story at all. So thank you for that.
Well, Dave, thank you. It's always my pleasure. Appreciate it, Dave. Thank you. Our buddy Dave in Brantford there. Yeah, I mean, it's just, it is, and again, as Rob mentioned there, and I've said this all the time, You cannot tell me that there aren't members of the Democratic caucus in Hartford who look at this stuff and say, oh, geez. Because I think Rob is right. In any legislative body, if you vote no against this stuff, you're automatically branded as some sort of right-wing nut job by the same people who will use terms like fascist and totalitarian and just like you're grabbing, like I said, a handful of Skittles. Just get the handful and shove them right down your throat. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But again, folks, This is a national strategy by the progressive left and Democrats. They do not want anybody deported unless you're the worst of the worst of the worst, because they're worried about the 2030 census. And this is why the Biden people with impunity were letting in 250,000 people a month to this country for a good year and a half, because they saw the outflow of population from the Northeast to the Carolinas to Florida to Texas and out to the Mountain West. And their strategy was, well, remember, the census counts people, not citizens, and if we don't pack the country with more people, there's going to be 11 to 13 House seats that are going to move from blue states to red.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound accident between exit 13 and 14 has things backed up from Stamford. 95 north, a solid hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. And in New Haven, 91 south, and a 20-minute ride from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
We often hear the words retirement and annuity used in the same sentence, but it's important to know that not all annuities are the same. If you're not sure, it may be time for an annuity x-ray. David Gagnon of First Financial Planners can review your annuity. Call David today, 203-872-0009, or online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. RWA and First Financial Planners are independent of each other. By contacting us, you may be provided with information about insurance, including annuities, licensed in Connecticut.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
You know, I'm reading some stuff on the break here, and we're getting the news, top of the hour, and bottom from ABC about this Luigi Mangione nut job there. A lot of women think he's something like, God, he's so cute. I have but one regret when the Luigi Mangione case comes on all the time. If there was a God, and I'm kidding, I firmly believe in a deity, but I got to tell you, the perfect part of this case would have been if it happened, and it was horrible it happened. I don't care how much your back hurts, quote unquote. You don't kill people. Too bad this didn't happen in either Florida or Texas, because all this talk we're having about double jeopardy or something, no. That wouldn't have even been happening. No. I have a feeling that either in Florida or in the great state of Texas, there would have been some sort of new, electric stimulation that may have fixed Mr. Mangione's back. I'm just thinking.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Lindsay Davis, Anchor Prime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. Democratic Senator Tim Kaine says he will file a war powers resolution to prohibit U.S. military action against Oman after President Trump threatened to bomb that country if it gets in the way of U.S. objectives in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump today at the White House.
No, I don't think they behave very well, but we'd handle them very easily, just like we do other things.
No progress reported between the U.S. and Iran to end the war and reach a deal on Iran's nuke program. Today is the deadline for that, set in the agreement President Trump signed in June in France. President Trump ordering reduced U.S. participation in joint U.S.-South Korean military exercises that just started, saying they're costly and cause disrespect to North Korea's leader at the White House.
You see, I'm actually making it much safer. Kim Jong-un has always treated me with great respect.
Retired Army General Robert Abrams oversaw Korea operations.
I'd wait and see another 24 to 48 hours to see what potential impacts there might happen to be on this particular exercise.
Two U.S. officials tell ABC News that nothing has changed so far with the joint war games. House Democrats are demanding answers from the Trump administration about mineral agreements and reports that the Trump family and cabinet members could profit from them. A Trump-appointed national bank regulator has granted a wing of the Trump family's crypto business conditional approval to establish a bank charter. ABC's Jay O'Brien.
The firm's deals, including in the Middle East, have helped Trump's personal gains from crypto balloon, earning upwards of $1.4 billion from his family crypto businesses alone last year, according to his financial disclosures.
A judge in New York today gave prosecutors of the Manhattan DA's office until October 9th to respond to Luigi Mangione's motion to dismiss his state murder indictment. Mangione is to be sentenced in federal court after he pled guilty to stalking and killing United Healthcare chief Brian Thompson. Wall Street major indexes closed lower. Crude oil prices went up. You're listening to ABC News.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250, micro. And yes, I told you so.
I'm Lindsay Davis. For the latest on today's headlines, be sure to watch Prime tonight, starting at 7 Eastern on ABC News Live. Now, more news.
Opening statements for the murder trial of the man accused of killing hip-hop star Tupac Shakur 30 years ago in Vegas. ABC's Alex Stone.
This is a moment that many people thought, many of Tupac Shakur's fans thought would never get to this point. I was just talking to a man who showed up here among the fans who have shown up of Shakur. And he said he just wants to know what justice is in this case, and he wants to see what the evidence they've got against Davis is.
The Supreme Court has refused for a final time to review its denial of a President Trump appeal. It upholds the $5 million judgment that Trump ended up paying E. Jean Carroll after being found liable for sexual abuse and defamation. A judge in Texas being asked to decide who will make medical decisions for a baby born with heart issues.
Under the contract McKenna West signed, the California couple paying her would have the option to terminate the pregnancy if medical complications arose. But when the fetus was diagnosed with a serious heart condition, West flew to anti-abortion Texas and gave birth. So it's a fight between McKenna West and the baby's biological parents.
And of course, you now have the states getting involved as well.
ABC News legal contributor James Sample.
This is a jurisdictional morass with a child in the middle of it.
A Dallas court will take arguments next week.
ABC's Jim Ryan. Wall Street major indexes closed lower. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut's governor race is increasingly focusing on affordability, with Republican nominee Ryan Fazio making high electric bills, property taxes, and the overall cost of living central issues in his campaign against Governor Ned Lamont. Fazio says Connecticut families are struggling under Lamont and the Democratic policies, while Lamont points to state's strong fiscal position and economic growth as the evidence of his record. The two candidates are expected to make lowering household costs a major theme heading into the November election. A 19-year-old from Fairfield is facing a charge of first-degree possession of child sexual abuse material after police say a tip-off from Snapchat led to an investigation. According to an arrest warrant, investigators found 32 videos on Jaden Oliva's cell phone, and police say the material involved children under the age of 16. Oliva was arrested July 30th and later released on a promise to appear in Bridgeport Superior Court on August 21st. Connecticut colleges and universities are weighing how to respond to a new call from the Trump administration for higher education reforms. Education Secretary Linda McMahon is asking schools to publicly address issues including college costs, admissions, free speech, academic standards, and what she calls ideological bias. Connecticut institutions, including Yale, UConn, and the state university system, are reviewing the request, with responses expected by the end of the year. I'm Will Scafaris with your local news here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Parkway northbound, heavy residual delays. Stanford and New Canaan because of an earlier accident that has been cleared. Out of New Haven on 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf, bunched up again from exit 41, going into the Milford Connector. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? If you're a Bridgeport resident, join the free community conversation at 5:30 p.m. this Wednesday at the Newfield Branch Library. Next, Krause with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Where, unlike the state of Connecticut, we will gladly hand over all criminal illegals to ICE. We will do it, yes. My sense is the North Haven PD wanted to do that, but they were hamstrung by the Trust Act, Volume 1, 2, and 3, so they couldn't do that, which we discussed a little earlier here. Thanks to our buddy, our pal, Rob Sampson, for jumping on as well, too. Rob apparently still waiting for answers from the office of Governor Ned Lamont, regarding what the deal was with 3 illegals on the Q Bridge in New Haven, one with a removal order, all converging on a spot where one of the 3 illegals allegedly crashed a car into a median, and they're still here. Mind-numbing, mind-boggling. They're still here. Well, under Connecticut law, we can deport them, but what do they have to do, Governor? Well, they have to decapitate somebody first. This is just, it's ridiculous. It's asinine. Hi, how are you? 5:09, 5 o'clock hour. Hope your day was good. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm telling you, come 2028, the Dems are going to get hammered again on immigration. They're just going to. This love affair they have with... And how about this? Attorney General William Tong joins a lawsuit blocking the feds from obtaining commercial driver's license records, primarily because they want to see, do we have any illegals driving trucks? And can they all speak English? This came from, you remember this accident that happened, I think it was in California, a bunch of weeks ago, that prompted the White House to want to they're threatening holding back money from states unless the states mandate that you have to speak English. Why would we want that? That you have to speak English to get a CDL. The Trump White House threatening to withhold $10 million worth of funding from the American Association of Motor Vehicle Drivers if it does not comply with its request to get access to 17 million drivers' personal data. Well, if those drivers can all speak English and they're U.S. citizens, what's the problem? The database here retains info for each driver, date of birth, social security number, and driver's license number. Oh, there you go. The executive order issued in the wake of a fatal crash in Florida involving an undocumented driver has been credited with revocation of over 30,000 counterfeit licenses. What's wrong with them? Don't you know those counterfeit licenses, people, they just want a better life. And the closure of up to 10,000 illegal CDL training providers. Good. If these people are actually breaking the law, why should they have a CDL? All right, we'll see what happens. The Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, saying, quote, "We'll fight this lawsuit tooth and nail to prevent more senseless crashes by unqualified drivers." All right. That's awful that these drivers have to speak English and be citizens. Damn it, we can't have that. Bob in Trumbull. Bob, how are you?
Oh, Reverend, with the sermon today,
yes, sir.
I'm not
yes.
doing good.
You'll be fine. We'll all be fine. We'll all be fine.
Yeah, but you want to know why this is happening.
Why is this happening, Bob?
The Communist Socialist Democrats, they want these barbarians here. It's their new army. Because the Klan that they started is pretty much wiped out. And the law officers should carry a burner phone.
Now, a burner
to
phone.
Call ICE after they turn off their cameras.
That'd be funny.
Call ICE and say, "Come get them."
Burner phone.
ICE, and
yeah.
And that way,
there's no trail. They can't track it. Very good, Bob. I like that.
And then ICE should put $100 cash reward for turning in illegals. And I'll bet the people that damaged the flock cameras, I bet they were illegals trying to protect their own.
Bob,
and their other Democrats.
I don't know. Now, again, Bob, thank you. You never know. Bob comes up with some creative stuff here. And he continues to say the socialist communist Democrats. There you go. There's this kind of a twofer, huh?
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. So the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes and Retirement event August 18th or 20th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, President of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
Sleep better with a Gold Bond mattress from Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Gold Bond mattresses are made locally, available in every size and comfort level, and feature a flippable design that helps extend the life of your mattress, giving you years of exceptional comfort and value. Adjustable bases also available. Whether you like plush, firm, or somewhere in between, Spectre Furniture has the perfect mattress. Visit Main Street, Ansonia, and discover why generations have trusted Spectre Furniture. Dependable for 136 years. Main Street, Ansonia.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Concert season is absolutely whizzing by. Don't miss any of these great shows. Thursday, August 20th, see Josh Groban at Foxwoods Resort Casino. Saturday, August 22nd, you have a triple threat. You can see Kesha at the Mohegan Sun Arena, 10,000 Maniacs at Ridgefield Playhouse, or Rock of the 80s at College Street Music Hall. Sunday, August 23rd, a pair of shows to pick from: Andy Grammer at the Toyota Oakdale Theater in Wallingford, or The Fray at Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Wednesday, August 25th, Squeeze performs with Adam Ant at Westville Music Bowl. Friday, August 28th, it's Pitbull partying it down at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater, or you can see TLC and Salt and Pepper for a throwback show at the Mohegan Sun. Saturday, August 29th, can't miss Demi Lovato at Mohegan Sun.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Parkway northbound, heavy residual delays. Stanford and New Canaan because of an earlier accident that has been cleared. Out of New Haven on 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf, bunched up again from exit 41, going into the Milford Connector. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? If you're a Bridgeport resident, join the free community conversation at 5:30 p.m. this Wednesday at the Newfield Branch Library. Then Krause at WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Stamford's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
Little update here at 5:18. A story here in the Connecticut Post. Shanice Harper's story. The RTM in Fairfield set to hear updates on speed cameras before proposing changes. I guess that's coming up tonight. The RTM will host an info meeting Monday night to discuss the cameras and decide whether any modifications are necessary in the future. If so, the board will vote on it at its next meeting on August the 24th. In late June, Police Chief Michael Parris saying there were more than 94,000 warnings issued during the warning period in May. That number dropped to 8,000 between June 1 and June 16 after the cameras were rolled out. They went into full enforcement in July. Well, people are slowing down. Folks, on the speed cameras, they tell you where they are. All right? If you don't want to get a speed, I don't know what to tell you on this. Honestly, I don't know what to tell you. Take a little sticky note, write it down, put it on your dashboard. Hey, don't go here because of the speed cameras in Fairfield. Other than that, and tell the wife, tell the kids, tell dad, tell grandma, hey, just because you're in my car, it doesn't mean you're going to get the ticket, if you know what I mean. Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, how are you?
Oh, hello, Robert. It's good to hear it anyway. It's speaking of cameras and everything.
Yeah.
Did you know that most Lowe's and Home Depots now have license plate readers in them? The theft is so high, and it is organized crime. It is not, Jose running in and grabbing some sort of saw or something and running out.
Yeah,
it is organized.
Yes,
organized.
And I'll bet you, and Tim, I'll bet you it's their insurance company saying, "Hey, we're not going to pay on this until you beef stuff up." Yes. Yes.
Well, they did, and then I got a notice. Hey, did you ever go to Home Depot or Lowe's? We're going to give a class action settlement. I was like, no, thank you.
No.
You know, I'm fine. You can read mine all day long.
Yeah.
You know, the death penalty. Remember when the death penalty was a major issue amongst politicians and everything, and we use it so casually anymore. You know, it's just almost like, you know, we're going to.
Well, this guy Mangione.
Do you think anything would have stopped him?
Yeah, this guy Mangione said he has back problems. So, you know, I know of a way in, you know, Florida and Texas.
Yeah,
you know,
it wouldn't have prevented him. You know,
doesn't matter. I'm not into prevention. I'm into vengeance and plus
punishment.
And plus, Tim. Well, Tim, I had an uncle shot and killed by a criminal, and this guy's out on the street now after he did his time, living a life. He has a wife and kids, so I'm the wrong guy to talk about the death penalty with.
Oh, so. What did he run for Congress? No. So, you know, all of this stuff, it's just it's too much.
And did he run for Congress?
That was a reference to, there's a guy that. You know,
no, actually, my uncle was shot point blank at Wilbercross High School in New Haven.
That's absolutely terrible. Well, I think people would, you know, if we put stocks in downtown Manhattan and put, you know, I'm going to leave them up there for a month at the end, and we can throw tomatoes at them.
Absolutely, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. It's not about. Thank you, Tim. It's not about prevention. It's about vengeance. For me, it is anyway. This is just me. Like I said, with all due respect, Tim, thank you. I'm the wrong guy to talk about the death penalty. I freely admit I cannot have a rational thought about the death penalty. I can't. And I tell people all the time. And if you lost a loved one, a very close loved one in your family like I did, and you're still anti-death penalty, God bless you. You are a far better person than I'll ever even attempt to be. But I got to tell you, this guy Mangione, he's not going to walk, but it certainly sounds like his attorneys, because New York City and New York State are incompetent. Do you think this would have happened at all in Florida, in Texas, in Mississippi, in Alabama? No. And yes, I know people are plenty angry at the healthcare system, and I've had health things denied until I've had a second or third doctor say, no, this guy needs this treatment or whatever. So, yeah, I know. But I don't care. You don't kill anybody. You just don't. And the number of people that say this is okay, they're cheering these people. Did you see the women outside court the other day? Did you see that group of dingbats out there? Oh, my God. Well, the system is so skewed that kind of sort of like he shouldn't have really done that, but like I can't really blame him. You can't blame him. You had guys that came home from World War III with half their limbs shot off and came home from Vietnam. They didn't go killing anybody that denied them a claim on something. This guy Mangione, he's a hero. No, he's an 8-cylinder whack job. And he's got that one eye thing going, too, if you look at the pictures. So sad this case wasn't in Texas or Florida or Alabama, maybe the Dakotas. Where's that state now where you can pick? Somebody brought back firing squads. Wouldn't that have been sweet with this guy here? Oh, Paul, I can't believe you're saying that. No, I am saying that. I definitely am.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Parkway northbound, heavy residual delays. Stanford and New Canaan because of an earlier accident that has been cleared. Out of New Haven on 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf, bunched up again from exit 41, going into the Milford Connector. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? If you're a Bridgeport resident, join the free community conversation at 5:30 p.m. this Wednesday at the Newfield Branch Library. Nash Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The Adventures of Medicare Man, presented by Vontel Insurance. Episode 4. Medicare Man is back from vacation and preparing for open enrollment. You should be too. How, you ask? Put together a list of your doctors and medications and make your appointment with Vontel Insurance now. October 15th is coming. Are you ready? Go to VontelInsurance.com to schedule your free consultation in their new Trumbull location. Don't wait or you might be late. Call now. Open enrollment is coming. Get prepared.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Leon was about to leave the military.
My biggest concern was, what am I going to do next?
He found out about My Computer Career and their military transition program.
The Cyber Warrior program takes you from not knowing anything about a computer at all to being a subject matter expert.
How long is that going to take?
In the span of 4 months, I was able to get 4 different certifications.
4 months? Leon's advice?
Highly recommended.
Become a certified cyber warrior in just months at mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. VA education benefits available to those who qualify.
Voice your opinion on the voice of Connecticut. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422. I got a message here. Somebody texted me in. Thank you very much. What makes a human being illegal? Well, no human being is illegal per se. It's their immigration status. Google is your friend. Google Gemini, Grok, whatever. This is pretty interesting here, pretty succinct. Quote, an illegal alien is a foreign national who enters or remains in a country without the legal permission or authorization of the government. While historically used as a statutory term in U.S. immigration law, the phrase has become the subject of significant social and political debate. Okay. So if you're not a citizen, if you come here, if you enter the country knowingly that you do not have the legal authorization to do it, you're an illegal alien. If I suddenly went north and crossed the border into Canada, I'm an illegal. And as Genesis used to sing, it's no fun to be an illegal alien. Yes. Imagine putting that record out today. Oh, God. Can you imagine? I'm thinking that's like late 80s for Genesis, late 80s, early 90s. Imagine if Phil Collins sang that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Under traditional U.S. federal code, an alien, quote-unquote, denotes a non-citizen. Modifying it with illegal classifies individuals lacking lawful status. I don't know what else to tell you, but thank you for the tweet. And the text, I'm sorry, not on X. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm telling you, we're going to get to 2028, and a lot of Dems on the national scale, they're not going to learn their lesson from 2024. It's mind-boggling. They're already freaking out about it. You would think they would learn a lesson. Maybe they figure they can win again. Look, if the Dems don't blow the Republican Party up coming up in a few weeks in the midterms here, they're in deep doo-doo for 2028. I'll tell you that. Wow.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. Democratic Senator Tim Kaine says he'll file a war powers resolution to prohibit U.S. military action against Oman after President Trump threatened to bomb that country if it gets in the way of U.S. objectives in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump today at the White House.
No, I don't think they behave very well, but we'd handle them very easily, just like we do other things.
President Trump ordering reduced U.S. participation in joint U.S.-South Korean military exercises that just started, saying they're costly and cause disrespect to North Korea's leader. Two U.S. officials tell ABC News that nothing has changed so far with the joint war games. Actress Hayden Panettiere has died at 36. She starred in TV series including Heroes in Nashville. Police in Greenville, South Carolina say Panettiere was found unresponsive at an apartment complex yesterday, and that an autopsy found no signs of trauma, and her death remains under investigation. Crude oil prices closed higher. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
And for the local news update, Connecticut's governor race is increasingly focusing on affordability, with Republican nominee Ryan Fazio making high electric bills, property taxes, and the overall cost of living central issues in his campaign against Governor Ned Lamont. Fazio says Connecticut families are struggling under Lamont and the Democratic policies, while Lamont points to the state's strong fiscal position and economic growth as evidence of his record. The two candidates are expected to make lowering household costs a major theme heading into the November election. Milford police say a juvenile and a 20-year-old man are accused of vandalizing four city-owned license plate reader cameras in July. The cameras, operated by Flock Safety, were knocked down, according to the reports, and the vandalism left several of the devices damaged. Police say Ayad Rahim turned himself in on August 1st on an active warrant. He faces 4 counts of first-degree criminal mischief and 3 counts of first-degree conspiracy to commit criminal mischief. Rahim is scheduled to appear in court on September 1st, while the juvenile's identity is not being released because of his age. Connecticut colleges and universities are weighing how to respond to a new call from the Trump administration for higher education reforms. Education Secretary Linda McMahon is asking schools to publicly address issues including college costs, admissions, free speech, academic standards, and what she calls ideological bias. Connecticut institutions, including Yale, UConn, and the state's university system, are reviewing the requests, with responses expected by the end of the year. A 19-year-old Fairfield man is facing a charge of first-degree possession of child sexual abuse material after police say a tip from Snapchat led to an investigation. According to an arrest warrant, investigators found 32 videos on Jaden Oliva's cell phone, and the police say the material involved children under the age of 16. Oliva was arrested July 30th and later released on a promise to appear in Bridgeport Superior Court on August 21st. A Greenwich nursing home employee who was filmed making racist comments towards a woman at a Stanford supermarket will return to her job at the town-owned Nathaniel Withrell Nursing Center. First Selectman Fred Camillo says an investigation, which includes a review of the employee's work history and interviews with colleagues, found no history of discrimination. The woman who filmed the incident says she's concerned about the decision and the safety of residents of color. 2 New Haven women are facing charges after police say they assaulted Walmart employees during a shoplifting incident in Wallingford. Police say Janice Bell and Ascents Dawson, both 30 years of age, stole about $111 in merchandise from the North Colony Road store last month and pushed and shoved employees who tried confronting them. The women who were released on $35,000 bonds are due in Meriden Superior Court on August 28th. A 47-year-old East Windsor father is due in Hartford Superior Court today and is charged with risk of injury to a minor after his 1-year-old son died in a hot pickup truck at a strawberry farm. Police say Kevin Pell called for help after finding the boy unresponsive, and the child later died at Connecticut Children's Medical Center. Authorities say the death is being investigated as heat-related, with the official cause and manner of death still pending. Connecticut is warning water utilities to shore up their cybersecurity after attacks on water systems in at least 7 other states caused flooding or a loss of water pressure. State officials say no Connecticut water system has reported an attempted or successful attack, but they're urging utilities to protect internet-connected equipment that controls pumps, valves, and other critical infrastructure. Connecticut's annual tax-free week is underway, giving shoppers a break on the costs of back-to-school essentials through Saturday. Most clothing and footwear priced under $300 are exempted from the state's 6.35 sales tax, with backpacks and cleats newly added to the list this year. The exemption applies to qualifying purchases made at Connecticut stores and online retailers during the tax-free period. State officials say shoppers should check the rules before making a purchase, since some items, including certain accessories and specialized sports equipment, may not qualify. I'm Will Scafaris with your local news here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Parkway northbound, heavy residual delays. Stanford and New Canaan because of an earlier accident that has been cleared. Out of New Haven on 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf, bunched up again from exit 41, going into the Milford Connector. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? If you're a Bridgeport resident, join the free community conversation at 5:30 p.m. this Wednesday at the Newfield Branch Library. That's Krause at WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. Richard Blumenthal is pushing for lower energy prices for Connecticut consumers. However, don't be fooled here. This is bait and switch. See, the Democrats know that the one area that Ned Lamont is really kind of vulnerable on is energy issues, and he admits it's a tough issue here. So they're going to tiptoe around this. Ryan Fazio was very upfront whether or not you can do this. Ryan says, hey, let's immediately lower people's energy bills, UI/Avangrid or Eversource/CL&P, and say, hey, let's just get rid of that pain in the arse public benefits charge and move those numbers back to the actual budget. Now, do people still end up paying them? Yeah, I guess. But is there any review on these public energy charge line items? I don't know. But anyway, Mr. Blumenthal is introducing a new bill that requires the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, to consider affordability when setting transmission rates. Oh, come on. Oh, you see what this is, folks. So they've got to do something on energy. Maybe not nationally, but in Connecticut, again, they know this is the one issue that Governor Lamont really has no answers to. I mean, even he tried to get an energy rebate out there, $200-300 didn't work. The General Assembly said, sorry, Ned, not doing it. So he wants to isolate transmission costs. Transmission costs make up about 15% of a typical electric bill. State officials say those costs have been rising. Mr. Blumenthal's proposed bill would prohibit any rate increases or charges that would increase overall electricity prices by more than 5%. Blah, 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 blah. He wants FERC to take a closer look at how regional transmission projects are planned and approved. So basically, he wants nothing. This is all crap. Well, we're going to look at this, and we're going to look at that, and we want FERC to do this, and there's going to be a limit here of 5%, 10%, 15%, but they'll do anything. Folks, they will do anything but touch that lovely line on your bill, unless you live in one of 10 municipalities. They will do anything and everything except to even approach moving or tailoring the public benefits charge. They won't do it because they're afraid of two things. They're afraid that the green lobby is going to start screaming and yelling at them. And they're also afraid that people may say, hey, this is good. We like this. So they don't want to be seen, the majority Democrats in Hartford, they don't want to be seen as doing anything even suggested by the Republican Party if it works. They're afraid. Folks, you have to understand something. The majority Democrats in Hartford are afraid this may work. What do I tell you all the time? The people who are most afraid of change are also most afraid that that change would work. Mr. Blumenthal is calling for an independent review to determine what projects are really necessary and whether costs are reasonable. He specifically pointed to Eversource's X-178 transmission project in New Hampshire, where energy advocates said transmission lines are being needlessly repaired. Meantime, this doesn't do a thing to your monthly bill. It doesn't, because they don't have the guts to. They don't have the guts to look at the parts of the bill and say, you know what, we're done talking. Let's do this the right way and lower people's bills. But they're not going to do it. Mr. Blumenthal said the goal is not to necessarily stop investments in the grid, but to make sure Connecticut ratepayers aren't paying for projects or incentives they don't need. All right. Are we going to then, Senator, use the same sort of magnification on, public benefits charges that we don't need? Once again, folks, what do I tell you all the time? They talk a really good game. But in the end, especially with energy prices, they do nothing.
Some children dream about the future. Others just need someone to show them they have one. At Hall Neighborhood House in Bridgeport, the Alan Wallach STEM Learning Center is doing just that through hands-on science, technology, engineering, and math programs in 28 Bridgeport public schools. Hall is inspiring more than 14,000 students to discover new talents because every child deserves the opportunity to dream and the tools to achieve it. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilma Cross, Route 15 southbound, a new crash at Route 34 as things backing up towards the West Rock Tunnel. Lower Fairfield County, either 95 of the Parkway plan on up to an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where Connecticut comes for live and local talk. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yowsa, 203-333-9422-333-WICC. Can we please, from the White House on down, from the Trump White House on down, can we please stop playing around with vaccination schedules? This is about the dumbest thing I've seen in months. This from The Hill. Vaccination coverage for measles, mumps, and rubella, the MMR shot. I just got a booster about 6 months ago, by the way. Among kindergartners in the U.S. remains below the ideal rate needed to best prevent widespread outbreaks. And that's from the CDC. The Trump CDC is saying not enough kindergartners are getting their measles, mumps, and rubella shot. Why are we even playing around with this? You talk about a total waste of time. I know you're still pissed off at Fauci. I get it. Fauci. I get it. But really, we're going to start questioning the MMR vaccine now, which has been around for how long? What a waste of time. I'm sorry, it's an absolute waste of time. The CDC today released the latest figures on vaccine coverage among kindergartners during the current school year, 2025 to 2026. And that found that 92.4% of students had received the MMR vaccine. Okay, that's high. But you need 95% of vaccinations to stop a widespread outbreak. The U.S. has been steadily falling away from this coverage since the 2019-2020 school year, when the average was 95.2%. Since then, we're below 94%. The figure is not a significant drop when compared to the previous school year. However, vaccine exemptions noticeably rose from 3.6% to 4.2%, with 41 states and D.C. reporting increases. Among states reporting increases, 24 had exemptions exceeding 5%. Look, folks, the numbers are there. You can say whether or not, well, I don't know if I want to be told I have to have a vaccine, or I want to be told that my kids have to get vaccinated, yada, yada, yada. I get that. I understand that. But the numbers don't lie here. We're in the middle of the worst outbreak of measles in more than 30 years. 30 years. That's according to the CDC. 2,566 measles cases have been reported in the U.S. this year from 47 jurisdictions. Infectious disease experts are warning that measles requires only a small pocket of under-vaccinated communities to grow out of control. And for some reason, we're cheering what the White House does on this. Mind-boggling, mind-numbing. I'm sorry. I call him as I see him. This is just dumb, and it makes no sense. It makes no sense. You're changing. Who changes rules for a handful of people that don't want to do things? This is not like 50, 60, 70% of people are suddenly sitting here going, oh, please, Mr. President, change the rules. Who's screaming about that? I mean, what are we doing here? This is not some new disease. It's a combination, measles, mumps, and rubella, and we've been dealing with this for how many decades now? And for some reason, we're deciding we're going to change. Why? Has there been some big uproar from the medical community saying, oh, no, dear Lord, we have to stop all these MMR shots? Now, I know you say, well, Paul, there's a whole thing with the homeschooling and school admissions, all that. All right, I understand that. But to me, it's a little weird that you'd be out there changing the schedule for all kids. Really? I don't know. We've got so many other pressing things we could worry about here. And this sounds like just something that was done or just to say, hey, we're doing this. Again, part of the base, part of the Trump base. Very virulent. Some people don't like, vaccinations and multiple shots. I get that. There's always kind of been a controversy about that and the autism thing with Tylenol. There's just so many other things that we could be taking seriously now. Well, you love to do what the government. Well, it's not that I love to do what the government says. I'd rather avoid disease. I don't know about you. I'm not a real big disease guy. When I wake up in the morning, I rarely stare up at the ceiling or stare out the window and go, geez, today would be a nice way to. I think I'd want to, just get rid of any protection I have for a disease. What's on the docket today, Paul? Well, work. We have a game to do that night. And in between, I'm going to try and squeeze in a little measles, mumps, and rubella. How's about that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm going to get to my age. I just turned 65, right around there. I asked my doctor, I said, hey, what's the deal with MMR and the other basic stuff? And she looked at my chart. She says, you know what? I want to I'm sending you for a blood test. Go to Queston. Have them do this thing about your MMR levels. And sure enough, I forget which, I think I was okay on the measles and mumps. One of my antibody levels was low from decades ago. I think I had a booster sometime in my teens or 20s or whatever. I don't even remember. So I had the shot. And I'm still sitting here, and I'm still standing, whatever. I got to find out whether I need the shingles vaccine. You ever have the shingles vaccine? That's fun. Yeah, that one, listen. That one, you get a few, that shingles vaccine, you get a few side effects on that one. But again, buddy of mine had shingles, a robust guy in good shape, and he said it was the worst 3 or 4 days of his life. Those TV commercials you see where people hunched over in black and white, and it's kind of like their back morphs into like broken glass. Well, there you go. It's kind of exactly what my friend said that felt like. So, but yeah, I did Shingrix a few years ago. 2 shots, 1 and 2. The first shot, man, oh, what a headache. I thought it was over. I thought I was having some sort of aneurysm or whatever. And the second one, my body ached. But again, I told my friend about it. He said, trust me, it was not as bad as having shingles. Tuesday, and I get my flu vaccine. I know people say the flu vaccine doesn't work or it only works halfway. Whatever. Can you tell I'm into rolling my sleeve up? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But again, don't listen to me on any of this. I'm telling you, don't listen to me on any of this. Consult your MD. Consult your health professional.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, a new crash at Route 34 as things backing up towards the West Rock Tunnel. Lower Fairfield County, either 95 of the Parkway plan on up to an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and tonight in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm in the mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Oh, oh, oh.
O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Purchase any 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil and receive a free MicroGuard Select Oil Filter. Limits apply. You can also save 20% on a MicroGuard or MicroGuard Select Engine Air Filter when you purchase this Syntec Oil and Filter Special. Get details at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Quality time with the family, watching for shooting stars, and your cousin's need to take a photo of everything.
Okay, scooch closer to the grill. You're out of the shot.
I love the lighting here.
Mark, you're blinking again. I'm not moving. You guys have to move.
This one's blurry.
Wait, don't take a bite of the corn. I want to get a pic.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming.
I'm just taking a picture of the grill. Thank you.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, we can squeeze in a phone call or a text here if you'd like at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Somebody here texting in to me regarding the energy and the power situation with Mr. Blumenthal and the both sides being really dug in regarding the public benefits charge. Person said, cancel Connecticut's energy mandate that a certain percent of our electricity be carbon-free, renewable, and buy the cheapest available electricity to put in our grid that would lower supply costs by the next rate-setting period. Easy. Yes, it's easy, but they won't do it. To this person, thank you for writing this. You have to understand, Connecticut has 151 House districts. If you come out, even as a Democrat, if you come out against the Green Lobby and you say, hey, we have all these mandates are driving up your electric bill, they won't care. And they will, as voters can do, they will try and take you, not you, this person that texted me here, but they will try and take you out, particularly if you're a Democrat who wants to loosen up these carbon-free things. This is why some of the bills are so expensive. You have all these mandates. You have the public benefits charge. We're at the end of the distribution line, and we don't generate enough of our own power. And you know what, folks? It ain't going to change. Dick Blumenthal and Ned Lamont and everybody can posture. It ain't going to change. Why should they change it when you send the same leadership back every 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, 8 years? Ask yourselves, if you're winning in a sport or in business or in politics, if you're winning, why on earth would you change what you're doing? Especially if you know that most people won't vote for the younger guy, Mr. Fazio, who seems to understand this stuff pretty well with his background because of Trump. So if you're the Democrats here, all you have to say is, well, we're trying. Yes. Oh, my God. We tried so hard the other night. It hurt. We pushed so hard, but nothing happened. And nothing's going to happen until we have a governor and a General Assembly that gets up en masse and says, enough with the sobbing and the browbeating. Let's start actually doing something. But doing something in this state would actually mean collaborating with UI, Avangrid, but in particular Eversource. And they can't do that, folks, because they have to pay. And listen, is Eversource as pure as the driven snow? No, of course not. But when you start working with the enemy, you disappoint the masses. That's why no matter what the governor says, or Bob Duff, or Susan Bisowitz, or anybody else, Jason Rojas, Matt Ritter, it's all crap. Because having Eversource as the boogeyman, or the boogie person, or the boogie lady, it just works for them. Folks, thank you. Will, thank you. Everybody else on the program, we are back tomorrow. bright and early in the afternoon at 2.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Problems remain, says a cabinet secretary, after President Trump at the White House said the U.S. totally controls the Strait of Hormuz and blockades Iranian ports.
We control it. We control it with the blockade. We have a blockade. We control it with the blockade. And I like the idea of declaring it a territory.
Trump's energy secretary, Chris Wright, in a TV interview, referred to the strait still as a conflict zone where disruptions to ship traffic remain, acting as hurdles to transporting oil and gas. Democratic Senator Tim Kaine says he will file a war powers resolution to prohibit U.S. military action against Oman after President Trump threatened to bomb that country if it gets in the way of U.S. objectives in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump today at the White House.
No, I don't think they behave very well, but we'd handle them very easily, just like we do other things.
President Trump ordering reduced U.S. participation in joint U.S.-South Korean military exercises that just started, saying they're costly and cause disrespect to North Korea's leader at the White House.
You see, I'm actually making it much safer. Kim Jong-un has always treated me with great respect.
Retired four-star Army General Robert Abrams was in charge of operations around Korea, says the last time President Trump indulged Kim Jong-un, North Korea.
Increased number of missile tests, aggressive behavior, more aggressive rhetoric from North Korea, and a complete breakdown and removal of all communications between North and South Korea.
Two U.S. officials tell ABC News that nothing has changed so far with the joint war games still going on. The actress Hayden Panettiere has died at 36. She starred in TV series including Heroes and Nashville. Police in Greenville, South Carolina, say Panettiere was found unresponsive at an apartment complex yesterday and that an autopsy found no signs of trauma. Her death remains under investigation. You're listening to ABC News.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
House Democrats demanding answers from the Trump administration about mineral agreements amid reports that the Trump family and cabinet members could profit from those deals. A Trump-appointed national bank regulator has granted a wing of the Trump family's crypto business conditional approval to establish a bank charter. A judge in New York today gave prosecutors at the Manhattan DA's office until October 9th to respond to Luigi Mangioni's motion to dismiss his state murder indictment in the death of that CEO. A judge is continuing a hearing related to Nick Reiner until late October. Reiner accused of stabbing his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, to death last December. ABC's Trevor Ault.
He's been appointed a public defender, but he wants access to more than $500,000 of that trust fund that he says he's owed because he wants to use that money for his legal defense. But a financial steward for the trust fund argues there is a piece of California law known as the Slayer statute that prevents a person from receiving trust fund money from a person they intentionally and feloniously killed.
This update affecting guac from ABC's Jim Ryan.
Mexican avocado pickers are back at work. They were sidelined by an American security alert designating cartels that operate in areas where avocados are grown as terrorist organizations. That alert has now been lifted. Shipments are resuming. The farm workers are back on the job.
Wall Street major indexes closed lower. You're listening to ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, with something you might have missed on Melissa in the Morning.
Pretty big news in Milford. They are putting the brakes on plans to expand its network of flock license plate reader cameras. The city has enacted a moratorium while officials take a closer look at privacy concerns, data collection, and how the technology is actually being used. Again, the pause is kind of giving the city time to consider what rules should be governing the cameras moving forward. And actually later this week, the police chief already announced he's going to be doing a city meeting with just residents from 6 to 9 p.m. at the Parsons Auditorium here in Milford to not only talk about and hear their concerns, but also differentiate license plate reader cameras and speed and red light cameras because they are different. But I wanted to be able to talk a little bit more about this with the Board of Aldermen. And specifically, we have Alderman Andy Fowler here. And this has been honestly an ongoing debate in Milford, quite